now has another tough question.
That is typical Whitehead. Gotta go. And does go.
Brilliant. Excellent from Neil Duff.
Good evening and welcome to the Modus Super Series Legends League. And it does look like a very good evening, doesn't it? With 5 players battling it out in Group B across 10 fixtures tonight to put themselves in a strong place to reach finals night here on Saturday. This is the second of a double session of darts today here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, UK. Live, of course, on Pluto TV, absolutely free. And we saw some really good stuff this afternoon in Group C, particularly from Richie Howson. He played Devon Peterson in a sort of winner-takes-all match, although it's only the halfway stage of the group. Both of them went into their final game of the day unbeaten, but it was Howson who carried on the trend of the day. He'd been finishing fantastically all throughout the afternoon, and that continued with his final match-winning shot, 106 checkout, to get the better of Peterson and to put himself at the top of the Group C table. He was really, really strong all day. He's played some fantastic stuff this week and he's going to be a real contender if he gets through to finals night. But looking at that table, he's 4 points clear of third place Robert Thornton. It looks like it might be when he gets through. Devon Peterson in second place. Martin Adams behind Thornton on 4 points. Wes Newton only managed to beat Trina Gulliver, who didn't pick up any points in that group. But tonight it's all about Group B, and we have got Daryl, Fitton, Chris Mason and Conan Whitehead joining the action. Steve Beaton earlier in the week, well, he won Group A. He's already through. What a legend to have at the Legend League final. But Richie Benett and Neil Duff falling in from that group into Group B with 3 newcomers, or incomers, I should say, for this group. And Chris Mason, well, he has won a Super Series week before, the only commentator, you could say, to do so, and he did it after not playing darts for a very long time. Previous bests include a couple of visits to the semi-finals at the World Championship, semi-final at the World Match Play. Daryl Fitton has won big trophies as well. He's made it through to the finals here, a couple of big BDO trophies. And Conan Whitehead, the first ever winner of a Modus Super Series Champions Week. The bookies, well, they see it like this. Neil Duff, 2-1, sharing the favouritism with Richie Benett. They cannot separate them, and they can't really separate the top 4 there. Conan Whitehead, 3-1. Chris Mason, 5-1. Daryl Fitton, they think, is the big outsider. So they're going with Duff and Benett as a favourite, but only very, very marginal, and it is difficult for them to separate those players. Look, it should be a fun night. It should be entertaining. There's going to be some old rivalries renewed on that stage. But we're going to start with one of the softest people in darts. And I don't mean Henry Deacon, who is talking to Daryl Fitton.
Daryl, great to see you here at the Legends League. How much are you looking forward to the next couple of days?
Oh, really looking forward to it. I didn't come at all last year, but so I'm looking forward to this.
So it's been a while since we've seen you here at the Live Lounge. Busy man on and off the oche, aren't you?
Yeah, very busy. I think I'm busier now than when I was playing darts myself, professionally. I've just never stopped looking after these young players, looking for more players, and I'm enjoying it, but it's tiring.
I suppose there's a different type of challenge. Is it a fulfilling challenge looking at that next generation, trying to nurture them?
Yeah, especially when it's fulfilling, especially when you get 2 world champions in 1 year. Archie Self winning the WDF World Champion and Lex Pieshouse winning the JDC. So it is definitely rewarding, but it is challenging at the same time.
Let's talk about you. How are the darts going at the minute?
I'm not playing that much. Play local leagues, and I'm actually going to a few WDF tournaments this year. But they go well. When they go really well. So I'm hoping for the same this week.
How much are you looking forward to rekindling some old memories? Because there's some old friends in that practice room this week.
Yeah, I've known these guys for 30 years, some of them, so it's nice to bring back memories and have some good old chats about what's gone on in the past and things like that. So I'm looking forward to it.
Have you set any goals or expectations, or are you just going to take it one game at a time?
No, I want to get through, obviously. I want to relax a little bit. I'm just playing my game. I know I can play well. So if it goes, they go well, and I can get through to the weekend. So
Wish you all the very best. Daryl, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Henry Deacon talking to Daryl Fitton there, and Henry's alongside me in commentary this evening for 10 tungsten ties between 5 tungsten titans. 2 of them on the stage right now. Fitton taking on Richie Benett. There will be antics and animation on the hockey this evening, no doubt about that. Chris Mason and Neil Duff follow before Fitton returns to face Conan Whitehead, our first ever Super Series champion. But in the opening match of the night, it's Wales against England. I think we're going to have some fun this evening. We don't even need to say much, Henry. The players will bring it tonight.
They're going to bring us the joy. They're going to bring us the entertainment. Daryl Fitton, the 62-year-old now from Stockport, made it through to the finals in Series 3, Week 6. That was the last time he was here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And interestingly, he was involved in a group alongside Robert Thornton, Richie Howson and Neil Duff. We'll talk more about his exploits here in just a second. Well, there's going to be exploits involving Richie Benett all evening long, won't there? This week, he's rekindled his love affair for a speaker. He's been kicking out, literally, but not literally, if you get my drift. But there's also been some good stuff in there, and sometimes due to the antics of the Prince of Wales, he can sometimes be understated as a player, but you cannot understate the legendary status of that man in your picture there, Paul Hinks, a man who's officiated 4 World Championship finals, calls game on for our first match of the evening, and it is Daryl Fitton to get us underway.
Let's do the time warp again, Henry. Another tungsten time warp here at the Live Lounge.
134.
What a week this has been, a trip down memory lane. People achieving legendary status for different reasons. This one, of course, the former world champion, Richie Benett. But one of many people's favourite players to watch. Daryl Fitton much more solid and steady in his stance, although that doesn't really tell you anything when you're comparing to Richie. But it'd be interesting to see where the game's at. He's one of those players who
46.
maybe hasn't had a consistent last half decade, but has shown flashes at times.
And his priorities have changed as well, outside of playing. And he's admitted that he hasn't done much of that in 2024. And
100.
in that interview there, he said he's going to play a little bit more on the WDF circuit, just get himself a little bit more match sharp. Works as a academy manager, so to speak, at a manufacturer where he nurtures through and develops
45.
young talent, signs them on as scholars, and then develops their game. So he's one of those players that's pretty much put his career on the back burner to help the talents of the future really blossom theirs.
121.
But for Daryl as well, the timing of this is perfect. We spoke to Trina Gulliver about this earlier on in the week. Obviously, she played in Group C and was in the commentary box with us. A couple of weeks out from the World Seniors Championship, yes, there's an edge that they want to win this particular week.
140.
But for the likes of Daryl and for the likes of Chris Mason that haven't played a lot of darts in recent times, or maybe not as much as they used to, it's an opportunity to sharpen up and see where their game's at ahead of the Circus Tavern.
140. Double the
absolutely.
136.
Paul Hinks, of course, will be officiating on that famous stage again as well. What a start this is from Benett, though. What a start it could be from Fitton, who wants to be fitting another one in there. And he has for double 8. Oh, absolutely dazzling darts by Daryl Fitton. What a start.
Second leg,
And
Richie the third
Benett.
first. Game on.
He was sitting there after a dozen waiting on tops. He will not know what has hit him.
Well, starts you mean to go on, Daryl Fitton. A 1-3-6 to kick proceedings off. Richie Benett had left himself
100.
on a double after a dozen darts and didn't even get a go.
We said flashes. We've seen that from the start. Can he make the flash last for 4 legs and blow Benett out of the water?
98.
That really is the operative question, which, to a certain extent, maybe not even Daryl knows. In practice, things have been going right for him. He said he's been practicing well, but until you play game in, game out, and you're
121.
under the lights and you're under the scrutiny of the cameras and game on is called, you can only know so much as far as where the game is. And particularly when you've got an evening like this where you're playing 4 matches very quickly, on, off, in this
60.
Group B format.
We're going to see some really interesting clashes over the course of the next couple of nights in this group. Chris Mason on the stage next.
140.
None of the players are known for backing down, are they, on the hockey? So we could get some fun. We could really get some old adversaries
40.
going back in time and
Richie Car
feeling
140.
those emotions again.
Another one of them. Leads double 10. It was a 136 on Daryl Fitton in the first leg, and it was a bit for a while
120.
away from a 140 from Richie Benett in the second.
Well, he is playing stunning darts at the moment, Benett. He doesn't have a leg in the ledger yet, but that will probably change. But as he will know better than anyone, you have to hit the double.
59. Richie Car 20.
If it wasn't for doubles, Richie Benett would think he'd be 16-time world champion. But he's
Game
found
shown
that
the
one,
second leg,
and it's all
Richie
square. And after a couple of legs, he is playing
Third leg
phenomenal
Daryl, the third
darts.
first. Game on.
It was interesting having a look at Richie Benett's numbers in Group A, because there was a feeling that perhaps he
140.
played better than the numbers suggested. 85.87 was his overall average, and only doubled at around about 31%. And it felt like throughout the course of the 3 days he played a little bit better than that.
100.
But one thing Richie was able to do was, when players weren't quite playing at their best, he was able just to pick them apart, particularly against Robert Thornton. They played a couple of games at the end of days where the form really wasn't at the races, and he made hay
125.
whilst the sun shone.
We'll have the greatest legend of all here on Saturday night at the Live
95.
Lounge. Phil the Power Taylor will be part of our punditry team from 7:30, live on Pluto TV. And we are going exclusive in Pluto TV territories for all the maximums and all the moments at the Modus Super Series. If it's not available in your region, you can watch us for free on Saturday night on the Modus Super Series Facebook
99.
page.
Daryl Car 56.
Now then, 11 data in prospect.
Tops. Double 10. He has got time on his side.
51.
He's made a little bit of a mess of that. He's going to have to spur one upon his return, and when he does come back, whether it's double 1 or double 2, either which way, it's not ideal, and Richie Benett can pile the pressure on here.
100.
Well, Fitton has stood up to
Daryl
Benett
Car
here,
5.
but he has to take care of this tiny little number. Goes for a 3. May even just lay down a marker. That's exactly what he does, although I'm not sure it was intended. It's close to the double. It's a perfect guide. And he
shown
has
the
used
third
it
leg, Daryl
expertly
Fitton.
to lead a match 2-1, in which he's averaging 20 points less than his
Fourth leg,
opponent.
Richie to throw first. Game on.
Doing the damage he has to do on throw so far, Delphin. And in this game, that's all he has to do. He has the darts and the odd-numbered legs. It's up to Benett
59.
to force the issue of his opponent.
Well, he will not be able to believe it. I'd love to stick a microphone in Richie's face at the end of this and ask him to describe it if he loses.
Maybe not do it live.
138.
Paul Hinks just taking a little look. And then correctly calling 138, which Fitton will take.
28.
And Richie Benett wishes he didn't have to take the 28 that he just managed to muster up.
Heart very much on the sleeve as far as Richie Benett is concerned. And that's the first shake of the head
85.
that we've seen from the Prince of Wales this evening. I know there was a famous story about him playing a Pro Tour match that he lost 6-5 and said he should have won 11-0. But there may be a sense of a feeling here that he's 2-1 down in a game that perhaps he definitely should at least have 2 legs in, if not all 3.
There you can see he's not a person who leaves us guessing, is he?
55.
Feelings on the face of Richie Benett. Now he's stepping back. Wants to allow Daryl Fitton to be totally out of his line of vision before he throws his darts.
One of them, 40.
Two players who during their time at the top, never really crossed paths in their career. Mitchie moving over to the PDC just as Daryl Fitton was becoming a force in the BDO. In fact, the only career meetings that we have for the two came at the old Live League in Southampton, a head-to-head which Richie Benett leads by 3 matches to 0. But Daryl Fitton here with that maximum has left himself on 43 after 12 to get the breaker throw and move himself 3-1 in front and have the darts in the next to get the job done. Double 12. 3-1 Fitton. 14 darter. Every single leg in this match has been won in 5 visits.
First.
And I suppose there was a question mark. We haven't seen Daryl for a while, not here, not on many televised stages, as to where the form is at this present moment in time. But the early evidence is he's very much trending in the right direction.
83.
And he's a man for the big show. He's a man that loves to play in the prime time slots, and probably playing at this time of night will suit him as well.
100.
Played a lot on the exhibition circuit, particularly in the Netherlands. I've spent a lot of time in the company of Tony O'Shea, and I'm sure he's tuning in this evening. If you are, Tony, hope you're well, pal. I remember him speaking about some
45.
of those nights and some of those exhibitions in Holland, and the exhibitions probably wouldn't start till 11 o'clock in some places, and God forbid what hour they ended.
They're very much darts.
63.
Mr. and Mr., aren't they? Daryl Fitton and Tony O'Shea. Had a real bromance over the years.
44.
Is bromance still a thing in 2025, Henry?
You're asking the wrong person.
$140.
Well, Benett here is averaging in excess of a ton, but due to Daryl's efficiency when it's mattered, it's actually felt like he's been outplayed at points in this contest.
85.
Yeah, it's been a funny old game. And one that Benett will have to win the hard way, of course. He'll have to break throw here and then hold and break again in the last leg.
Well, he's going about his business nicely here. Leads himself on 64 after 12. And just a slight off leg here from Daryl. As we say that, he piles in his third max of the contest, making Benett sweat on this 64.
Well, I hope to locate the treble 8, I assume. No, he's gone for the treble 16. What do I know? He'll want the double 8.
Being shown the 5th leg.
And he does get himself within a leg. He gets the first break. Then he does a little foxtrot.
First. Game on.
Daryl Fitton wasn't moving, was he?
The man who will not be moved. And if he wins this game, Fitton, of course, the first game of the group, he'll be going to the top of the table, and he'll be
100.
hoping not to move from that point onwards.
Well, you look at the averages, it looks like he hasn't read the script.
You look
60.
at the numbers in this game, it feels like everything's the wrong way round.
Well, you see 10 points between them in that metric. The one thing there that is noticeable is the 3 180s for Daryl Fitton to 0 for the Welshman.
81.
But what Benett's doing so well is the one treble scores. So far in this contest, he's had 13 of them, as you can see there. Daryl's been prolific in terms of the 2 and 3 treble turns, but Benett scoring more consistently is why his average is at a higher base. But the power scorings come at the right points for Daryl, which is why he's managed to harbour better opportunities in this game.
But actually more opportunities. He's had twice as many darts at double.
81. $125.
Excellent follower of a marker, isn't he? We've seen it with the maximums. We saw it with that double one that he took out.
$43.
And is that the mistake that allows Daryl Fitton the opportunity to close this game off once and for all? 6 darts on 2-3-5 to claim the win in the opening match of the evening session.
90.
Finds the ball of his last dart, leaves himself on a finish after 12. Benett looking to leave himself on a 2-darter minimum. Needs trouble to do that.
60.
Unable to find on this occasion. So
Daryl
Fitton 145 to
145.
fittingly end the match.
Started it with the 136, which is ironically what Richie Benett is hoping to keep it going with.
$113.
And a 136 he's
Richie
going to have to
O'Connor,
get because
136.
Fitton's left himself on a double to win the match. It's a Hail Mary attempt. And Benett isn't going to get a dart to save it. So Fitton 32
96.
for the
Daryl
opening points of the group.
32.
Well, legends living up to the name with these performances, both averaging well into the 90s. We've seen big finishers, we've seen maximums.
No score.
But we haven't yet
Richie
seen the
O'Connor,
match-winning
40.
double. And I'm not sure Daryl Fitton can quite believe it.
As close as he could have got without hitting. Should be a decent enough guide for Richie.
Being shot on the
And he
sixth leg,
uses
Richie
it
Benett.
perfectly, and we go all the way to a last leg decider in the opening match of the evening.
7th and final leg, Daryl to throw first. Game on. $140.
Fitton had 3 match darts to get the job done in the previous leg, but it doesn't look like he's let that setback drag over into the beginning of the decider.
59.
And holds all the aces after 3 darts each.
$60.
Is it now when it starts to get a little cagey, a little nervy? When the finish line's in sight.
And this could be the moment where Benett's match sharpness really could come into play. A maximum at the perfect time. His first off the contest. And it just gives himself a bit of room to manoeuvre on the fit and throw. Or does it?
85.
We did think that the players in this group might kind of spur each other on, and I think we've seen plenty of exchanges that evidence that in this match. Oh, Benett.
60.
Even if he'd hit the treble 20, wouldn't have left a finish there. A little careless with the counting.
There's many things you can learn with experience, but it seems to Richie Benett the numbers ain't one of them. And that's an excellent
119.
2-treble turn there for Daryl. Leads himself on a 2-darter. Benett, you feel, needs a couple of trebles with this score, with this visit. If you can find a max, or score akin to that,
145.
leave himself on a double. But he's on a single to double if Fitton doesn't take out the 97.
It's perfectly poised. Now, does he go double-double, or is it old school? Because this is the old school week. And Fitton
57. Richie
doesn't do anything
57.
fancy, but all he can do is leave a double, having missed 3 darts to win the match already.
So Benett gets his moment to win it. Tops
Getting shot
for
on
a
the match,
comeback
Richie
win
Benett.
and an opening win for the Prince of Wales. Richie Benett gets the better of Daryl Fitton by 4 legs to 3. The Dazzler missed 3 darts to get the job done 4-2. And Benett pounces to take the opening point. A mop for the brow, job well done. An average of 97.26, 4 out of 6 on the doubles. Benett prevails in the opening match of the night. Coming up next, Chris Mason and Neil Duff. These two have some recent history. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Richie Benett got the better of Daryl Fitton by 4 legs to 3. The Dazzler missing 3 darts to get the job done. 4-2. Benett coming back to take the opening points of this Group B. Next up for us, Neil Duff up against Chris Mason. And for Mace the Ace, it is a return to the Super Series stage. He spends most of his time sat in the seat that Chris Murphy's occupying, but swapping the microphone for the darts. And the last time he was here, he won a week and got through to not just the Champions Week, but the Champions Night.
Yeah, we've had a little bit of a shortage of pundits, haven't we? Because they're on the stage this week, which is why me and your good self have been paired together. But for the opening clash, Mason paired with Neil Duff. They've got a little bit of history together. Duff, a 4-time weekly winner, nicknamed the Duff Man, which is a pretty duff nickname if you ask me, but never mind. Mace the Ace looking to do what he did the only other time he's played. Well, he did play the Champions Week, as Henry mentioned, but win a week at the Super Series. Can he do it again? And I've just been watching him in his practice darts. He's been down there for about 3 or 4
Chris to
minutes.
throw first.
Very, very focused, I have to say.
Game
That's
on.
the first time he's cracked a smile.
There's one thing we know about Chris Mason. He will not do something like this unless he feels 100% ready to do it. He's not going to go out there and disgrace himself by any stretch of the imagination. He's going to do it. He's
41.
going to do it properly. And that was one of the reasons behind the initial comeback to the Super Series. He spent a little bit of time and properly practiced in the build-up to it, and it showed.
60.
How much do you think this week could help someone like Chris Mason going into the World Seniors? Because he's had some tough luck, hasn't he, in those events? This preparation must be timed
140.
pretty well.
Probably perfect for him, because you consider maybe some of the other events he's played in on the World Seniors circuit. He's played okay, but a bit like the game against Neil
60.
Duff and the match play. If he's a little bit more match sharp, maybe the outcome would have been a little bit different. And that's sort of to his own self-assessment as to how things went as well. We mentioned it earlier with Daryl
100.
Fitton. It's close enough to work on things, but far enough away for it not to have a tail-on effect. Was it about 3-4 weeks out now from the Circus Tavern? The timing for the
81.
play is absolutely perfect.
Duff is a very difficult start. This will help Chris Mason very quickly gauge where his game might be in 2025. And look,
100.
let's be honest, in 2020, 2021, Chris Mason would have never dreamed of playing darts in front of the TV cameras in 2025.
140. Chris Yukar, 120.
He was just a commentator. Now, he's a pretty good arrows ace again.
100. Neil
He can't quite ace the opening leg. Still might, unless Duff could take this out.
Not to be this time, so Mason will come back for 3 more at double 10 to take the
100.
opener.
Chris Yukar, 20.
And you feel like as well, a bit like Daryl Fitton in the previous match. Because Mace hasn't played much in terms of match action, the first leg will help to settle him
Game shot
down,
on
and
the
that
first
is
leg.
exactly
Chris Mason.
what has happened there. Chris Mason takes the opening leg against Neil
Second
Duff.
leg, Neil to throw first. Game on.
Not a happy start, not a happy dart, that for Duff, but he does manage to find a way past it.
100.
We spent a lot of time with Chris Mason over the recent years, obviously, and
96.
it's great to see him settled and happy in life. Moved up to the Derbyshire area, runs a pub up there with his fiancée Charlotte. Very, very
140.
and I wouldn't say serene. It's hard work. He does remind us. He comes here for a break, he says. But I think he would be the first to say that
57.
if he had these types of circumstances when he was near the top of the game, might have won a lot more.
And he said it before, hasn't he, in interviews and podcasts,
100.
that when he was at the peak of his powers, everything on the hockey he was doing was right, but everything around it was just so wrong.
$134.
A lot right
You're
there, but Duff
161.
has the advantage in leg 2 on throw.
90.
I also think as well, he's got that nice mix now, hasn't he? Where towards actually the end of his original playing career, he was mixing punditry and playing. But now he knows that he's got a security with
138.
other
Neil
ventures
Lucar,
and other
71.
jobs. It allows him to play with a lot more freedom than perhaps he did in the past.
Well, he's just tapped Duff on the shoulder there. It's one pot shot at tops here for Neil.
51.
And he hasn't taken it.
Chris Lucar,
Mason has the
76.
opportunity to burgle a break. He was nowhere in this leg.
56.
And
Neil
he thought that
Lucar,
was in when it
20.
left his arm. Had a little pee around the corner.
So Duff to level up. Look at a double 5.
Game shot on the
Both
second
legs in
leg,
this
Neil
match
though.
one on that particular target. 1-1.
Both
Third
legs
leg,
probably
Christie
just
third
about
first. Game on.
going to the rightful owner, but just did give Neil Duff a warning there, didn't he? I can put in a big visit from anywhere. You better be on it.
96.
This game does feel a little bit more tentative in comparison to the previous match between Benett and Fitton. And as you mentioned at the top of this game, there is recent history between the pair. They met
97.
at the World Seniors match play at the York Barbican. Duff ran out a 8-4 winner against Mason. The first 8 legs were pretty much shared 4-4. As in for no one
81.
really built up a lead over the opening 8 legs of that contest before Duff then rallied off 4 on the spin, including a 116 checkout to win the match.
60.
Neil said in his interview following that game that he had to produce the numbers he did to get over the line, averaging in excess of 96 in that contest. Mace
140.
himself did also have a 1-2-1 checkout and hit 6 180s over the course of that contest.
95.
And on-throw holds all the aces. But could over trouble here.
60. $79. Chris Lucar, 124.
1-2-4 then plays 170. An outside chance for Duff if Mason doesn't convert this. He won't get a go at the bull. Will Neil?
92. Neil
They have
Lucar,
to take it.
170.
Finish we've seen twice this week from Robert Thornton, but Neil Duff isn't going to make it a hat-trick of big fish outshots, and so
95.
Mason
Chris
back for
Lucar,
32,
32.
back for double 16 to re-establish his lead at 2-1. Double 8. 3 legs,
on the
3
third leg,
holds.
Chris
Chris Mason,
Mason.
2-1 to the good.
Fourth leg, Neil to throw first. Game on.
Averages in this game 88 and 87, but both players will feel like they haven't really got
99.
going as of yet, that there's still something left in the tank.
$140.
I think it's probably a difficult tournament to get comfortable in. It's stop-start, isn't it? Yes, you're playing a lot more than you would in most tournaments. If you lose your
59.
first match, you're normally heading home, but you can just get into the swing of things, and then suddenly you've got a couple of games off. You've then got a choice to make. Do you leave them or try and carry on practicing?
100.
But at the same time, if both players have realistic ambitions of going deep in events such as the Circus Tavern, this is a more extreme version of what they have to
100.
deal with on finals days, where you have to play multiple matches over the course of a day, particularly on that last day on the Sunday, where by and large you're playing quarterfinals, semi-finals and finals all back to back.
57.
Which for Neil, he would be adept to, and particularly because of his exploits on the WDF circuit. In some senses, the way that the Super Series format works out probably isn't too dissimilar to what he's used to on a bit
83.
more of a weekly basis. It's perhaps Chris Mason that potentially could fall victim of the quick on-off nature of this competition. But again, you feel like he would have prepped for that eventuality too.
60.
Well, he'll
Neil
understand
Lucar,
the format
160.
more than anybody. Has commentated on more games than most in this format. Was there from the start.
100. Chris Lucar, 144.
When Stuart Pike was hanging out of the window commentating on the bin men, Chris Mason was given something to commentate on from his bedroom, wasn't he? This is how
82.
this
Neil Lucar,
oak tree
60.
was born. Tops.
Getting shot on the fourth
All
leg.
square
Duff.
after 4.
Nothing to separate these two at this present
Fifth leg,
moment in
Chris to throw
time.
first. Game on.
Still awaiting the spark. You feel like for Mason, it's
100.
perhaps a little bit more imperative for him to get off to the more positive start.
$100.
Yeah, he plays Benett next. Could be fireworks there. I think it's probably down to whether or not Chris Mason can keep a straight face while he's trying to avoid the mule kicks.
120.
Bit of bad luck, but he would have seen it came out of the green bit, not the red.
Because his first 2 darts gives himself a little bit of wiggle room unless Neil can pile another one in.
100.
And particularly in preparation for the Circus Tavern, these are the moments that you cannot practice when you're
41.
deep in the midst of battle at 2-2 and the pressure's on. It's all right replicating a scenario, but there's nothing like actually being in it.
140.
And Duff's just beginning to make his move, making some inroads on the Mason throw. And has to find a treble here. Does so with the last
100.
dart.
Near the car,
So Duff
161.
161.
$90. Chris Lucar, 140.
Can he produce something special now? He will go for the second prize of leaving tops.
100.
He does that
Neil
well.
Lucar, 71.
Double 16 to get the break of throw. But opportunity
55.
denied by Neil Duff.
Chris
And so
Lucar,
Mason will
40.
come back for tops to keep a hold. The streak of holds.
2 10s.
30.
Maybe a little
Neil
2
Lucar,
tenths.
16.
And Duff returns to break.
Double 4.
12.
Well, he was never going to hit that, was he?
Chris
The
Lucar,
reaction came
10.
after dart 2. It wasn't exactly
Getting shown the fifth
an
leg.
act of
Chris Mason.
manifestation there from Neil Duff, and Chris Mason maybe even fed on that.
Sixth leg, Neil to throw first. Game on.
3-2 to the good. A leg that at points he was in control of was one
97.
that he almost let slip.
Conan Whitehead, the only player in the group yet to have featured. He will play Daryl Fitton in game 3 following this. I had a
100.
brief chat with Conan earlier. He said he doesn't feel like a legend, but he certainly is in these parts.
First ever to lift the title. And there is something to be said about the first ever player to
55.
have their name etched on a particular trophy.
Well, Chris Mason was there that night, wasn't he? Playing. Beaten by Conan Whitehead.
You'll forever remember that bullseye on the 1-3-2.
60.
Lost both his matches full free that night, Chris Mason. Things could have been oh so different, not just for Conan, but also for Chris Mason.
100.
Yeah, we put him through it, didn't we? He won week 12 and then went straight on to Champions Week. I think only Bo Greaves can say she was worked harder when she won week 12, got to the Champions Week semi-finals,
59.
and then played Women's Week the week after. Duff done 3 as well?
Yeah, he played
99.
He played the Champions Week, he played Double Trouble 2, and then he played the Week 1.
And spoke about buying a house in Portsmouth. Well, maybe in this match a little longer.
140,
Mason
Neil
moves
Carr,
1-4-2,
70.
so advantage Duff in leg 6.
$30. Christian Carr, 142.
Dart missed at top to take us all the way. This would be some way to seal it. But the 1-4-2 isn't going to go. And so Duff will come back for tops. And Mason would hate it if this game was to
94.
go all the way.
Neil Carr, 40.
We may get a lot of legs tonight. First match 4-3.
Game
Second
shown the
match
6 leg.
will be
Neil
the
though.
same, full quota of the 7 legs. But which way will it go?
Final leg, Christian throw first. Game on.
Well, so far, every single leg in this match has gone with the darts. If that trend and pattern is set to continue, then it'll be good news for that man there, Chris Mason.
85.
And he finds a trouble there of his last dart just to evade an opportunity for Neil Duff to truly take a grasp of his throw.
They've found plenty of trebles, haven't
99.
they? They've scored all right, but they've been inefficient at the end of legs, which kind of augurs for a tense finale here.
Which goes against the grain of Neil Duff's week, because over the course of the 3 days in Group
93.
A, he was 40% on the doubles. He had more ton plus checkers than any other player, 6 of them, including 3 in one game against Steve Beaton on Tuesday.
135. Steve
Beaton, who will be here on Saturday for that Legends League finale, 7:30 p.m. live on Pluto TV, and exclusively live on Pluto TV, where it's available. If it's not available, watch on
60.
the Super Series Facebook page. Make sure you are following that. And Phil Taylor will be in the venue.
140.
It's a shame we never got him to play, but we've got the next best thing. And now Neil Duff might be about to steal this match at the death.
137.
With that
Neil
man's
Carr,
favourite finish.
127.
For the game. Duff isn't going to get a crack at the bullseye. Mason may only
59.
get one dart at that particular
Christian
target
Carr,
himself if he
126.
can find a treble from the 1-2-6. But it's not going to be done now, and so Duff to take this game from the grasp of Chris Mason, looking
46.
at 68.
Neil Carr, 68.
Well, if he goes for the treble 20, he has to be mindful of a 1 or a 5. He's okay. Big target to aim at now for tops.
Getting shot in the match, Neil.
Pretty much for the first time in the match, a double is nailed first dart, much to Chris Mason's frustration, but it's Duff who gets it done. A 4-3 victory for the former Lakeside World Champion. The averages don't really tell the story, as both players missed plenty of darts at double towards the back end of legs, but both have shown they are going to be competitive in this group, and indeed this week. I don't think we've learned much from the first 2 games. What can we learn from the third? It's Conan Whitehead against Daryl Fitton. Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 a.m. on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 p.m. and 10 p.m. Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 p.m. on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden with the take a break
starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2-1 turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 a game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV, the home of 24/7 darts. And not only that, it is absolutely free and always will be. You can catch the action here on Pluto TV. If you're not yet watching us by that platform, you better get your skates on, because from Saturday we will be exclusive in all areas where Pluto is available. If you can't get Pluto TV yet in your region, then you will have the backup of being able to watch on the Modus Super Series Facebook page. And Conan Whitehead is a player who is right at the top of the Super Series page. That page is the Roll of Honour, the Series 1 champion, 38 years of age, still has a lot to give the game, has already done a lot in the game, maybe not quite as much as Daryl Fitton, the 62-year-old Stockport slinger, and the Dazzler, who's looking to, well, maybe repeat the performance against Richie Benett, but he won't want to repeat the result, a 4-3 defeat in his opener. There were very good signs.
Very, very good signs from Daryl Fitton. And we mentioned in the opening game, we didn't quite know what we were going to get from him here at the Live Lounge, but the early indications are very good. But we also do have that air of trepidation about a player like Daryl that hasn't been here for a while. Okay, the first performance is good, but how does he go over the course of a night? And one thing we know about Conan Whitehead is he can deal in big numbers, and he can deal in big numbers on a consistent basis. Scratch everything I just said.
Well, the last start was brave, and he backed himself there, in danger of 3 treble ones, but he kind of used one of those darts as a deflection
42.
into the treble 20. Late call for Conan Whitehead. Those who saw the originally advertised lineup may have been expecting to see someone slightly taller.
134.
Destroyer Vincent van der Voort, unfortunately, has got a little bit of an injury issue at the moment, and we hope to see him here in the Live Lounge very, very soon. An obvious choice to replace him, the first ever champion.
100.
Well, it is a Super Series Legends Week after all.
That's why we put you in commentary, Henry.
I thought you said the word legend there, Murph.
60.
I've got to assume nobody else is available.
Trina's playing. Chris Mason's playing. Shall I stop there? I think Glenn Durrant's in Tenerife.
60.
It's interesting you mentioned Conan coming in as an alternative, because the only other previous
43.
career meeting between the pair came in similar circumstances back in 2017, where Daryl Fitton's BDO World Trophy defence came to a shuddering halt in the first round. Conan Whitehead hadn't have qualified for the tournament. He finished just outside the top 20 in the BDO rankings. In fact, Andy Fulham was the last player on the original cut-off. But he came in as an alternate because David Cameron, who was a regional qualifier, had to withdraw before the start of play. So he came in to draw Fitton in the first round, and he won by 6 legs to 3, averaging 92.61. He'd get through to the quarterfinals of that particular event, beating another Super Series champion in Darius Labanauskas in the last leg decider before suffering the wrong side of that particular fate against
22.
Martin Phillips in the last 8.
Corner in the car, 138.
Well, while we are here on a Legends Week, only fitting that we see the 138 taken out by that Della fella. Can you believe it, Henry? 42 years ago.
Full respect to Keith Denham. What was a magnificent moment. One of the most iconic moments in the history of the sport. The iconic line. Bristow played the percentage and Della did the business. Can Whitehead do the business here? Tots for the opening leg. And it goes. Whitehead 1 up.
Second leg, Daryl to throw first.
Just throw those long missiles, doesn't he? Conan Whitehead, javelin-like darts.
$45. $140.
Yeah. Something that we've become very used to here at the Live Lounge. The Conan Whitehead javelins, its long barrels,
81.
long stems, really do sit up in the board, and he tries to make space, having to wait for Daryl Fitton to vacate the space there. But they see, look at those. Really lengthy. And actually, Henry, you know better than most people, don't you, about those? Well, particularly the stems and flights, because what he used to do after games, he used to take them off and launch them at Henry Deacon, who was standing up at the balcony, and we had enough.
58.
Just for Henry, we actually built a studio here in the Live Lounge, just for your own protection, because you were getting battered and bruised by Conan's equipment.
49.
Well, the best bit about it, well, there was one occasion where Conan had chucked a flight and stem up there, and then realised that a game later that he had nothing left, and so he had to ask me to then throw it down in the middle of an advert break.
135.
You're much better protected now.
Though he hasn't tested how shatterproof that glass is yet, admittedly. Well, Whitehead's left himself on 1-3-2 to get the breaker throw and open up a 2-0 lead over the Dazzler. And this is how quickly fortunes can change in this Super Series format. Fitton missed 3 darts to win his opening match by 4 legs to 2. And if he loses this one, he'll find himself stranded on 0 points from his opening couple of matches. And he would have spurned to gain more than everybody else in the field.
82. Daryl car 141.
141 then. Now, Conan Whitehead has been known to go straight for the bullseye at times. You'll have that thought in his mind. Will he dare do it to the legendary Daryl Fitton?
125. Corner car 50.
Well, it's not a tactic or a gamesmanship type play. He sees the bullseye as his favourite double on the board. So it doesn't matter who you are. It's just the way
42.
that he plays the
Double
game.
the
Whether you
car,
like
16.
it or not, he doesn't change your element. It's just what he does.
Hasn't worked on that occasion. It gives Fitton a chance. Nobody knows what would have happened.
Game shot on the second leg,
But
Daryl
he
Fitton.
decided to leave an outer
Third
ring
leg corner
double.
to throw
And have
first,
2 darts
game
at that
on.
instead. But it's all square in the end. I'm also getting now a flood of text messages from our colleagues, Henry, telling
92.
me where they are and why you're working. Scott Mitchell's at the Challenge Tour. Paul Nicholson's on holiday.
41.
All right for some. Jack Garwood, who was in this box this afternoon, he just said he'd had
40.
enough. We're trying out the referees. We can maybe give Hinksy a go tomorrow.
It's nice and well
100.
loved.
$83.
Well, this game so far hasn't quite lived up to the heights of the opening couple of games, and particularly for Daryl Fitton, his performance in his opening match against Richie Benett a couple of games ago. In fact, 20 points less
46.
at this present moment in time.
I think the next game is the one I was most looking forward to. Game 4 will be contested between Messrs Benett and Mason. Stay tuned for that.
121.
But I think you're right. This is there for the taking for Whitehead, isn't it? He could easily reel off 3 quick-fire legs and put himself at the top of the table.
$96.
Whitehead 6 and 165 to get himself 2 on in front in what has been a scrappy contest up to press, and somebody who's
95.
very well versed in terms of power scoring. Really hasn't found those heights so far, Conan Whitehead. But you do feel like as soon as he finds something tangible, then things will just begin to click into place.
58.
But it's just not
Colin
clicking
Lucar,
at all
70.
for Daryl Fitton so far in this contest. He is level at 1-1, but that parity could be over very quickly.
Double 16
Inch
is
on the third
found.
leg, Colin
Whitehead finds
Whitehead.
himself in front.
Fourth leg Daryl to through first. Game on.
Ironically, Fitton will be thinking, well, if I played like I did in my first match, I'd be winning this one, potentially with ease. And Chris Mason may be watching on in the practice room thinking, well, if I was playing Whitehead
85.
here, I'd probably be winning. But you can only play the match you're in.
And if Richie Benett were playing these games, he thought he would have
98.
won them both 7-0.
The story of Richie Benett is available here on the Modus Super Series Darts channel on Pluto TV. Make sure you give that a
99.
watch when it comes on. It was Paul Nicholson we put in the firing line for that one, if that's the right way to say it.
$140.
Won 2 fortunes and spent 3. One of the most famous of many, or maybe infamous quotes from Richie. Tonight after the show, 1:30 AM UK time, the most iconic
67.
Super Series moments. If you are new to this, that's worth watching to have a look at some of the stuff that's happened here, and you might well see that man.
Not just winner of the first series, but he's had plenty of blockbuster moments over the last couple of years here at the Live Lounge in
91.
Portsmouth. A lot of involving that bullseye too. I mean, the biggest surprise is he's never held a bullseye challenge record score before.
Plenty of bullseye
80.
challenges on this channel as well, so you really can enjoy all sorts of darts content 24/7. Darts content until your heart's content. How about that one?
42. Daryl Lucar 170.
Well, the big fish plays the little fish in this leg, but Fitton first go with the 170 to square this contest up at 2-2, and also to save his throw, which is under some severe threat here. Possibility Whitehead really could take control of this match in the next few moments.
90. Colin Lucar
Get himself on a
130.
2-darter, but if Whitehead finds a treble here, he will fancy himself for the bull. Chase the treble, paid the price, and that's the catchphrase of the man we're going to see
118.
next, Chris
Daryl
Mason.
Lucar 80.
I think treble 20 on an 80 shot is actually more than a bonus, because when you throw 2 singles, you've got a lot of metal in the way of the target you're going for. Daryl Fitton makes it count
Game shot on the
and levels the
fourth
match.
by
A
Daryl
right
Fitton.
smile from Whitehead, who denied himself a shot,
Fifth
but at
leg
least the
corner to
bullseye.
first. Game on.
And this game is very much going in a similar fashion to the first two. I said the iconic Super Series moments was coming up at
56.
1:30. Maybe a slight delay.
Strap yourselves in, because so far this evening we have seen every leg possible, and the indications here are that may well be the same case in this particular
60.
contest.
Beautiful stuff from the Barbarian with the opening max of the match.
And the biggest surprise is it's taken 5 legs for Conan Whitehead to hit his first max of the evening.
What was that run he went on?
100.
25 consecutive games over 180.
That's incredible, isn't it? Well, he's been saving them up.
140.
Settles for second best, and he'll really enjoy the checkout he's left, won't he? Could involve a couple of bulls.
Well, this really would be a showpiece moment
134.
for Whitehead, and it may just light up the
125.
blue touch paper somewhat. Tops. He was never going to go bull, was he?
Game
But he
shot on the
finds the
fifth leg,
treble
Colin
20,
Whitehead.
double 20, and Whitehead moves 3-2 up. And just signs
Six leg
that the
Daryl to third
Barbarian
first.
is just
Game on.
beginning to warm up here.
Yeah, that was lovely, wasn't it? A 180 in the leg and then the 125 kill. Still all on throw, but there'll be a certain spring in the step of Conan Whitehead.
134.
Ever since he came here, he's had that air of authority as the inaugural champ. And he'd love to do even more magical things on that stage.
140.
Determined to win another, isn't he? To put himself in the position to overtake Luke Littler, who I don't think we'll be seeing for a while.
We're not just determined, he's promised us that he's going to win another one at some point.
Luke
81.
Littler actually once called him out. He trash talked Whitehead on social media. Said, like, we need a sort of unification match. I've not really won it until I've beaten you. Well, for that match to
87.
happen, I think Conan Whitehead's going to have to get back on the Pro Tour.
We might see in the green light to that, would we?
Nice
134.
bit of shining green light there for Daryl Fitton to leave himself on 152. And the match now promises to go to another leg, or does it? Or does it?
119. That'll look out.
Slip with the last dart undoes the early good work of Conan Whitehead in that visit. Fitton's not going to take out the 152. Whitehead took out the 125 in the previous leg. If he finds the 155 here, then he will cross the line of 4-2
Corner the
victor.
car 155.
Just wide into the fives, but recovers well with dart 2.
83.
And he's forcing
Double
Fitton
car,
here to take out the
124.
124, because you'd suspect that Whitehead's going to at least get one dart at the double to win it if he returns.
He's plotting his path. I think he's plotting Daryl Fitton's path, actually. But he was wrong.
Either that or he was plotting the downfall of the Dazzler, which he can
56.
complete here.
Corner the car,
If he can
72.
take out this 72, it would mean the Dazzler would be 0-2 for the night, having played a game more than everybody else in the group.
Well, going this way does pose a problem. We mentioned his long darts earlier on. Is that one in the way?
32.
He cleared it, but he also cleared the double.
68.
So this to ensure all 3 games at the beginning of the session go all the way to a last leg decider. Whitehead shakes his head in the background. He almost expects this to go, but it
48.
doesn't.
Corner the car 40. Game show on the match.
And
Conan
it is
Whitehead.
Conan who conquers in the third match of the night. It's a win for Whitehead, his first outing of the evening, but it's the second fail for Fitton, who's now been beaten twice. And it's going to be an uphill struggle for him. In Group B, there's always a way back, but he's going to have to pick up some points tonight. Whitehead, probably, in fact, definitely the deserved winner in that game. Higher average. His checking out wasn't quite as sharp, but he did manage to get more attempts, and that brilliant 1-2-5 in the leg where he hit a 180 really did the damage for Daryl Fitton. Coming next, do not go anywhere. It could be very, very interesting and entertaining. Richie Benett takes on Chris Mason. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series Darts channel live on Pluto TV. And no, it's not a Darts Gold channel. This is happening now. It's Legends League here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth in the UK. And we've got a couple of iconic Arrows Aces on the Oki ready to do battle in what should be an entertaining encounter. The always animated Richie Benett, former champion of the world, takes on former world semi-finalist, match play semi-finalist Chris Mason, a colleague of ours, of course, in the commentary box here, who has won on that stage. And two players who just kind of can't let go of the love of throwing the darts. Chris Mason reunited with his beloved Arrows in recent years. And Richie Benett, well, he's played through all sorts of trials and tribulations and has shown, at times, that he can still be as good as ever. And boy, was
Looks
he
like
good.
Richie to throw first. Game on.
And you can say two players that have this burning love for the sport, but that love at times has come to burn them at the same time. Different stories, but perhaps at times similar paths in terms of their career. Their heights were very high, but at the same time their lows have been very low. But nonetheless, it doesn't stop them from coming back. The bug is just that infectious for
100.
them.
And that takes a lot of courage as well. It would be easy to sit in the cheap seats that we're in and provide a critique, but instead they're in the arena.
76.
Both players who have admitted themselves that they maybe mismanaged their careers at times and could have achieved more. Richie Benett in particular, many felt at the time was the best player in the world in the mid-90s.
A lot of people feel like that was just one World Championship, and it should have been a lot more than that. We obviously mentioned when he was playing Steve Edward on this week, he got to the final in his title defence, and that is a valiant defence of a championship. But there was other occasions where he really could have pushed on in his career, and maybe you felt there was one or two really big titles left out there. But there's a possibility Chris Mason would also say the same thing. Maybe a Lakeside title was left wanting somewhere. Maybe there was a big title on the PDC that he could have got but didn't get.
He's always one, in fact, it counts for both, that other players always say had so much potential. But you never know. These days, with the World Seniors, with the Modus Super Series, there's an opportunity, isn't there, to fulfill a delayed darting dream.
But there is perhaps an irony that Chris Mason, who effectively is a retired player that comes out of it to play in events like this, could still have the biggest win of his career to come.
Absolutely.
97. Richie Wakar, 32.
What a story it would be. It was such a story when he won here. Benett, though, may have left that slightly awkward. It becomes double eight.
24.
But he can't find that
Richie
either.
Wakar, 84.
So an opportunity here to pinch the opening leg for Chris Mason. However, that straight into the 5 means he's going to have to find a treble here. And he's unable to get the 39 to leave himself on tops. And so Benett back for 3 more at double 4 to take out this opening leg.
28.
Yeah, just looking at Mason's reaction, he doesn't think he'll be coming back for another chance.
Game show the first
and he'd
leg.
be right to
Benett.
think that. Benett holds in leg 1.
Second leg, Chris to throw first. Game on.
Well, Chris has said in the past that people forget that he has won a
81.
big title on the TV before. He won the Irish Masters back in the late 90s, which at that particular point at time was televised on Sky TV at a point where not a lot of darts was on the telly. Definitely not to the extent that we see nowadays anyway.
Yeah, and it's easy to say that, you know, players didn't fulfill the potential, but yeah, you're right, Henry. We should
100.
celebrate what they did win, what they did achieve, because it's more than most.
Richie Benett did something that very few players have
42.
ever done, and that was to win the World Masters and the World Championship in the same season, picking up the World Masters title in 1994, the World Championship
100.
a couple of months later. The old BDO circuit used to run a season October to October, so he may not win it in the same year, but he did win it in the same season, and as we mentioned earlier on this week, beat Steve Beaton 3-2 in sets to win that particular title.
43.
Before then, a couple of months later, beating Raymond van Barneveld to win his solitary World Championship. He'd then go on to play in the next 2 World Masters finals.
90.
Lose them to Eric Claris. What a legend he was from Belgium. And then Colin Monk, who've actually seen on this stage before.
Yeah, it was a Dominant time, wasn't it, in the
123.
Benett
Car 130.
darts organisation.
That's a useful guide, but he cannot utilise it to give himself a dart at the ball.
94. Richard Carr 153.
This has a sense of must go.
A wayward one. Mason can now begin his preparation to pin
66. Richard Carr 36.
double 18 for leg 2.
No score.
Cannot believe it. Baffled
that
that hasn't gone in.
It was almost a Benett-esque reaction to those misses there. And this, an opportunity for 2-0. It may just be a dart at the ball. Mason watches on tentatively in the background as Benett goes for double 5 and gets double 5. The arm goes up by way of apology. Chris Mason should tell him off for that.
Richie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, tap of the leg in appreciation of the shot, but he was really bemused that his own darts, or one of them, didn't find the double 18. He lost to Martin Adams, didn't he, at the Masters in Sunderland in the World Seniors towards the back end of last year, and Adams had the game of his life when he really was out of form. And
100.
I saw Chris Mason in the corridor, just said 3 words to me. No, it's not what you're thinking. Same old story. And he will feel
60.
at times that that's the story of his career, won't he? That last leg played it out beautifully.
Well, the last time they played in front of cameras was 22 and a half years ago at the 2002 World Match Play. Benett had made the final the year before, but didn't even turn up to the Winter Gardens in 02. Chris Mason beat him 10-1. And at this point, Mason was really beginning a second win in his career. He would get the better of Steve Brown, the American, 13-6 in the last 16, averaging 98.71. And then in the quarterfinals, he'd be involved in perhaps one of the most infamous games the sport has ever seen. He was on the receiving end of that 9-dart leg by Phil Taylor, the first seen on live British television. Mason would average just under 99 in that game and get beaten 16-7 by Phil Taylor, who averaged 112 in that match. A game which lasted 23 legs, an average of 112.
58. Richard Carr 98.
But this game could be close to over if Mason isn't careful, because Benett is going to split because his opponent isn't on a finish. Finds a double 16 and moves 3-0 to the good.
Again, appreciated by Chris Mason, an admirer of good darts. Hasn't found the level that he did in his first match. To be fair, neither has Benett, but he has been very efficient on the outer ring, hitting half
60
of his 6 attempts.
$59.
These two spent years travelling the circuit with one another. There are stories about their times on tour, and even though we're past the watershed, we still cannot share them.
60.
These two used to spend a lot of time touring together. Used to occasionally, depending on locality of tournaments, of course, Mace based in the southwest and Richie based in Wales, they would sometimes car share to tournaments. I think the less said, the better.
Yeah. 95.
Along with more people than seats, I think, is the stories that I've heard.
Was it a little bit like that scene, you know, when all the clowns get into the car and they all come out at the same time?
81.
You call them clowns, not me. Now this Mason going to make a move here from nowhere. He says it, doesn't he? Setbacks lead to comebacks.
140.
Well, he's given himself a platform to build upon.
49.
And Benett's
Push your car,
unable to bolt the door
146.
shut, and so Mason's got 6 starts here from 146 to get his first leg of the contest on the board. Will move across of treble 18, cannot find.
98.
Yeah, it's been sensible there. There probably would have been a temptation to stay there with plenty of room to the right of the marker, but with Benett not on a finish, thought better of it.
36. Chris Car,
But he missed 3 darts on the wire with double 18 in leg 2. He's going to get a couple more here with double 16 to get on the board here. And that time, no mistake. Mason brings it back to 3-1, but Benett has the darts here to get the job done.
Can he regather himself here?
60.
Richie Benett just going through a little bit of trouble with his action.
134.
What I marvel at is the fact that when it was a little bit of a snatch in that last visit, a bit like the first start there, the head comes up. It's actually when he does the full pirouette scissor kick that he seems to fly into the treble.
You couldn't pay an analyst enough to analyse Richie Benett because it's impossible.
99.
He must be the only darts player that sued himself for whiplash.
$140.
He's the only player that you genuinely think can twist an ankle when he's at the hockey.
98.
Well, Mason leaves himself on the biggest finish of them all. Benett needs a treble to leave any finish. I don't have to stay there, Richie.
58. Chris
Well, Benett here is having a little bit of an off patch, and Mason's getting a little bit more joy as a consequence of it. He's got 6 here from the fish to get a break. It would turn the game to throw it 3-2.
He's getting hungry here, isn't he, Mace? But one big visit here from Benett. Well, he's not going to like that dart, if you hadn't guessed.
The problem is there's too many darts now dropping low from a Benett perspective.
Chris Car, 89.
Yeah, and Mason will feed off that. If he breaks here, he'll then throw for 3-3. Does go the ball, doesn't quite find it, but he'll fancy a return here. 1-2-9, very awkward.
Richie Car, 129.
Even if you hit the treble, you've still got plenty of work to do, which he's done. So 72 remaining, options on it. And that wasn't one of them. I find that bizarre,
79.
going for a 36 when there is a bigger target that scores exactly the same on the board.
Double 10, 1 left. And a failure to find
Richie Car, 50.
is a head scratcher for Chris Mason, but it also presents the opportunity for Richie Benett to win the game here and now. There's a leg he probably consigned to the dustbin, but it's a leg that has won Richie Benett the match. He gets the better of Chris Mason by 4 legs to 1. And for Mace the Ace, that's 2 defeats from his opening 2 matches. His second appearance here at the Live Lounge isn't quite living up to the heights of his first one yet. And for Richie Benett, well, he has doubled his tally for the evening. And there could well be a similar pattern to what we saw this afternoon, where the players in Group A may well be beginning to dominate proceedings. We'll find out the truth behind that logic next when Neil Duff takes on Conan Whitehead.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 a.m. on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 p.m. and 10 p.m. Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 p.m. on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker take everything! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2-1 turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and
It's
the match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second Max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12. To become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 a game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen. Just when? When is it going to happen? Been so long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here on Pluto TV. If you haven't done so already, download the Pluto TV app to your smart TV or smart device. It's free to download. It's free to watch all of the action here from the live lounge in Portsmouth. And if you are in a territory which has Pluto TV from Saturday evening, Pluto TV will be the only place to watch all of the action from the Modus Super Series on our dedicated channel. If you are outside of those particular territories, you are still able to watch via the Super Series Facebook page. And why would you not want to download a channel which quite literally
First leg, Neil to throw
shows
first.
darts every single second of the year?
Game on.
Some of these players will feel like they're playing darts every second of the year. Neil Duff is someone who's just so up for playing this
100.
game every day. You know, playing anything he can, anywhere he can, anytime he can. He never really shows any sign of fatigue with it.
81.
I don't think he actually gets enough plaudits for how he regiments himself, because as you mentioned, he's never someone that tires. And I think because of the way that he can talk in interviews and he
100.
talks about his own self-confidence, we talk about that as a strength a lot. But he's one of those players that seemingly does everything right.
He lives his life well, doesn't he?
140.
In fact, those that have ended up sharing accommodation with him have been treated to Neil Duff's cooking on more than one occasion. I wouldn't be
100.
taking a meal from an opponent, but that's another story.
95.
So he actually spent his Christmas playing darts, playing in tournaments across Northern Ireland over the festive break, over the festive period. So he is match sharp going into this, despite the fact he didn't go to Q School. He's always said it's not really an avenue for him.
And there are plenty of avenues for him, and he's
66.
navigating them all very well.
Neil Khan, 96.
How can he do with this? 96. Well, chips off only 5, but can rescue it on treble 17, though it can't go now, so Whitehead gets
36.
a look.
Corner on your car, 119.
Treble 20 tops. Not to be on this occasion, so Duff will come back.
46.
Should get 2 in his hand to take the opening
60.
leg of this contest.
Top send for Duff, double 10.
50.
He'll be
Corner on your car,
frustrated.
73.
But Whitehead may be equally frustrated to have only left 73 and then to have only left 64. Has to go 14 bull.
His favourite double, but it's like slip in the hand, just takes him astride a little bit. Neil Duff goes to the back of the stage to compose
48.
himself because he's
Neil
going to get
Duff,
another look
10.
at this double 5. And a first leg which it felt like early on he was in full control of, nearly was let slip.
You just get the feeling it would have hurt a little bit more had that gone in.
Show on the first leg, Neil
But
Duff.
Duff does, in the end, get the leg in his pocket.
Second leg, Conan to throw first. Game on. $98.
He's spoken so often about his desire to win a second Lakeside title, and he probably would have felt that last month he had a great opportunity to do exactly that. Lost out in the
58.
quarterfinals to the American Jason Brandon. Was 3-0 down in that contest, managed to bring it back to 3-3, and it looked like perhaps there was a similar pattern to his previous win at that venue where he was 3-0 down and beat Jim
125.
McEwen by that scoreline in the quarterfinals. But he would go out 4-3 to the American, who would subsequently bow out in the semis himself.
140.
But you feel like winning the Super Series in terms of a Champions Week is probably high up on his radar. He's played in enough Champions Weeks now, but he'll feel like he hasn't really made a true indent in them.
98.
Yeah, and he'd be the first player to achieve the full set, wouldn't he? He'd have a standard week, a special week, and a Champions Week if he did so. Although, what a full set is might come into question
57.
this year because there's going to be pairs weeks as well, of which Neil Duff could, we don't know yet, but could be representing Northern Ireland.
And if you're going to be pedantic, you've also got the ADC Global Championship to put into the mix. But I think we're over-confusing the
140.
situation here.
Well, the winner of that is here this week as well, Devon Peterson, and in good position to try and make it through to Saturday's finals. You can see him and the league leader, Richie Howson, and a cast of
85.
legends
Corner
from
of the car, 40.
1 p.m. UK time tomorrow afternoon.
Getting shot on the second leg,
It's Conan
Whitehead.
time at the moment as he ties up the match with a very,
Third leg,
very
Neil to throw
nice
first.
13 dart
Game
leg.
on.
Didn't really get going up until the very end of his match against Daryl Fitton last time out. The first 4 legs were very, very
140.
scrappy, if the truth be told. But the 5th leg, he hit a max and then found a 1-2-5 checkout, and
57.
suddenly things were just beginning to whirl round in the right direction. Took a leg here to truly get going against Neil Duff. But that 13 darter may just set the wheels in motion for Conan the
40.
Barbarian. Begging for a max. After dart 1, there was only ever one outcome. And those long points help as well in terms of grouping darts together because
60.
there's not much in the way. If they go high in the bed, he's got the perfect guide. Surely again.
140.
Managed to find another. Leaves himself on a finish after 9 in a very good position on the Duff darts.
Yeah, starting to stamp his authority in this match.
140.
In fact,
Corner of the car,
this
124.
leg, the last couple of visits, with 5 trebles out of 6, has taken his average into 3 figures. But a 3-figure
84.
finish here from
Neil
Neil
Duff,
Duff could render that totally
121.
irrelevant.
But fails at the first attempt on the 1-2-1 checkout. So Whitehead, who had a
81.
13 darter
car,
in the
40.
previous leg, could repeat the trick here.
Getting shot on
Does
the third
exactly
leg,
that,
Corner
gets the
Whitehead.
break and leads 2-1.
Back to back.
Fourth leg, Conan to
13s, as
throw
Henry
first.
Deacon
Game on.
alluded to there. This is a really stellar spell, isn't it?
So Conan had a very late call-up to play in this week, but did play at Q School. Didn't quite go to plan for the Barbarian there.
Yeah, he did get some bad news while he was there, and that kind of flattened him in terms of the way he felt the focus then wasn't on darts. Had that amazing scenario, didn't he, at the last Q School, where had he not gone on the last day, he would have had a tour card now.
Well, it's that scenario which changed the rules which has come into place this year.
Interestingly, only for the second stage. So in the first stage this year, some players actually did take the gamble, didn't they, and not go on the final day, so they didn't damage a leg difference. That's not Whitehead's style. He said, look, I've got to go and win it as he sees it, fairly and squarely.
Then, of course, we saw the situation where David Pallett didn't want to play for his tour card, so he pulled out of UKQ School, and Adam Lipscomb hadn't originally got through to the second stage, came in as a de facto lucky loser, and then went on to win his card.
Yeah, so we lose Lipscomb, the local legend from the Live Lounge.
125.
But David Pallett.
Near the car, 161.
Watch this space.
161, watch this space. Not to be this time, and so Whitehead
97.
is back for 119 to open up a two-leg gap.
Lovely. 62 remains. 26. And it's been 93. All about the 13s for Conan Whitehead.
64.
Back to back. 13 darters, but misses double 13. And Conan's just staring, burning a hole in the back of Neil Duff's head here.
Getting shown the fourth leg.
I wish it had worked. The laser-like stare didn't shake Duff.
Fifth leg Neil to throw first.
And this contest is becoming a real stare down. Nothing to separate him after 4 legs. 2-2.
Actually a bit of a gentle giant when you meet him, isn't he? Backstage.
82.
Type that you watch and think, I wouldn't really want to get on the wrong side of him, but very nice guy.
Very easy company once you get to know Conan.
73.
And I had the pleasure of interviewing him after he won that first Champions Week, and he was very much overcome with emotion. It was very much a family thing.
But daughter had just been
100.
born, hadn't she? Her name embroidered onto the back of his collar.
I know he'll be supported
45.
and watched on by Cheryl over the course of the evening's action as ever.
And there you just saw it as he turned his back. Ada, who saw in her first 4 weeks of life Daddy win the Modus Super Series.
As he
58.
told me in a later interview, that £20,000 went very quickly on nappies. And it is very much a family thing, darts for the Whiteheads. And Conan doesn't look like somebody that would chase records or chase legacies, but he does want to leave his own endemic mark on the sport. He's certainly done that in this building over the last couple of years. I just wonder what's left elsewhere for him potentially.
44.
It's a fine line, isn't it? But you look at some of the players that have lost tour cards, some that have got tour cards. Not players that have won Super Series events, yet maybe some of them have, but there are players that Conan would have beaten regularly, would have a much better head-to-head record
60.
against here,
Nearly
who are now playing as
116.
PDC professionals. So there's nothing to say that he can't compete as he did for the years that he held one. Duff here working his way up to tops.
76.
That would have been the third
130.
time this week he would have taken out the 116. That's a perfect guy for the treble. And able to utilise it.
65. Near the car, 40.
Halves the score. But Duff has left himself a very good marker of his own. Can't use it. And look at the disappointment etched on the face of Duff.
Getting shown the fifth
That
flag near
will change the expression.
And that will hurt
Whitehead
Whitehead.
first. Game on.
Because he would have Even when he didn't see him eyeball to eye, but he would have felt the expression of Duff in front of him. And having been last started, finds himself 3-2 behind. We mentioned in the build-up to this game that there's a possibility that Group B could follow the same trend as Group C. And if Neil Duff wins this game, it would mean that both the players who came out of Group A would be on maximum points. Exactly the same scenario that happened in Group C earlier on this afternoon with Devon Peterson and Richie Howson.
60. $100. $125. $60.
Whitehead here looking to enforce a last leg decider in this 5th game of the night.
100.
I hope you're sat comfortably, Murph, because it feels like we might be here a while. Late night darting drama here on this Thursday evening.
140.
Well, that's why we bring you 24/7. Conan Whitehead looking to take this one the distance. Didn't look easy, did it? So he does step in the end, and he proved to be right to do so.
Great last start when you consider the lie of Dart 2. The legs that Conan has won in this game have been good, 13, 13 and 15, but it's been the things around that will frustrate the Series 1 champion.
$84.
You could just see a little bit of a grimace on his face as he approached the hockey.
140.
Fancying the task in this last leg and has taken the darts off of Duff after the first visit each.
Real frustration from Neil Duff. What a dart that is.
140.
What a couple of darts. Brilliant brace by Duff.
$92.
Nothing to separate these two in this last leg. You feel like this visit is key for somebody just to separate themselves from the other.
95.
And Duff would have expected more after that first dart landed so perfectly in the treble.
99.
Conan Whitehead's a man who's hit a couple of 170 finishes on this stage. And depending on what Duff does here with the last die, may need to take it out because the Duff man's on a 2-darter if this does not go.
And it won't. So Duff, well, the first thing is to make sure he hits
82.
one of the circles, either the green one or the red one. That one's better. It gets him 2 darts. A double 16. Conan Whitehead thinks it's game over.
Game shot on the match,
and it is. As Neil Duff finishes that game in style. The 14-darter completed with that 82. I think in the middle of the leg it was those 2 treble 20s when he blocked the bed that really did the damage to Whitehead. Because if you look at those numbers, Whitehead will feel that that game has gotten away from him. A 95 average, but in the end it's a defeat. And it's Neil Duff who picks up the points and joins Richie Benett at the top of the table. Coming up after the break, Daryl, Fitton and Chris Mason, both looking for their first win.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series on the opening night of Group B at the Legends League. And here is what's happened in the first 5 fixtures of the night. We've seen a lot of legs. First 2 matches going against the throw. Last leg decider victories to Richie Benett and Neil Duff. They've both gone on to win their second games as well, with Conan Whitehead winning a match in the middle. He'll be disappointed that he didn't make it 2 from 2, but it's Duff and Benett that top the table with 4 points apiece. Whitehead in the middle, Daryl, Fitton and Chris Mason. Well, they haven't won a game yet. They are going to play in the next match, though. So we will see which one of them can pick up their first points of the night. Now, this is the second of our specials weeks, bringing us back in for 2025. But next week, the serious stuff starts. It is the beginning of Series 10. And on week 1, well, there could be fireworks.
Is it time to pop the cork? Bull. Double
Game
16
shot on the third
for the
leg.
champagne
Scott Taylor.
finish. Left himself in a double after 12, but is he going to get a go? Jack Treadle gets a match dart at tops to finish off with a 118.
You get more money than your daily salary, and this is a 1-2-2 that could go. Beautiful finish that from Arnie Spee.
Hit this yesterday. He's going for it for a second time.
And he hits it to win the match.
Equalising, he will ask a very stiff question. However, this is a match-winning opportunity, and it is at the ball for the first one of the week.
Game shot. Hair-raising stuff from Bradley Root.
In the race, but only just. Bullseye. Oh, he's done it. What's happening tonight? That's the second 170 of the day.
Well, how good is the first week of the first full series to be shown live on the Modus Super Series Darts channel on Pluto TV? Absolutely free. And we're going to see, well, a couple of North American aces in Adam Savada and Jake Womack. They're playing in Groups A and B respectively. A former series champion in Scott Taylor, Jack Tweddle, who was excellent last time he was here. Gary Stone, of course, brilliant at the ADC Global Championship, and the ADC Europe representatives, a former weekly winner Bradley Roos and Arna Spey. Richard Rowlands, who's done some great stuff on the seniors, as has Ross Montgomery. Alex Small, one of the quickest players, maybe the quickest player that we see at the Live Lounge, along with Joe Croft and Neil Manier. Not bad to start, Henry.
Absolutely not. Looking forward to seeing Jack Womack on the stage. And of course, we're going to kickstart with a former champion in Scott Taylor in the first Super Series week of 2025, 9:30 a.m. on Pluto TV to see that in action. Another player that's continually getting to the latter ends of this tournament. Bradley Roos also going to be in action. He's going to be somebody perhaps that could be in the Rising Stars Specials week, but here at the Legends League, 2 players that were playing at the thick end of World Championships before that man was born. Mace the Ace, Chris Mason, making his 2 World Championship semi-finals in the year 1999 and the year 2000. As for Daryl Fitton, the 2016 BDO World Trophy Champion, but that felt like a title as it was just beginning to come towards the twilight of his career. And it was a career that, for a long time, it felt like it was going to tread the same path as his good friend Tony O'Shea without a real big title in front of the television cameras.
Yeah, Legends Week followed by a new series, kind of back to the future, isn't it, here at the Live Lounge? And, well, we said that it's not a bad start for Series 10. That description cannot be used to describe the beginning of this pair's evening. In fact, the first half of it, because both of them have lost both of the games.
And Chris Mason will know, having been sat in this seat, that this game is a must-win for him. Maybe one of those scenarios where ignorance would have been a little bit bliss right now. And he's having a look around the arena just to possibly just try and find something that he can just focus on as Daryl's throwing his darts. We know that his pace will be a little bit slower than that perhaps his opponents early on this evening, the likes of Neil Duff and Richie Benett, that can go along at a fair pace.
Yeah, definitely the slowest opponent he'll face tonight. And to me, that's
100.
Like he does when he's in the comms box. He's done his homework. That won't be a plan that he's concocted in the last 5 minutes. That's something that he would have decided to do when he saw the fixture sheet released last week.
137.
Here's the Dazzler, who's got off to the quicker start. On throw in this opening leg. Mason needs another treble here to leave himself on a finish. Not to be this time. I've seen this 145 taken this week. We've seen Fitton hit the 136 tonight. But he's not going to go 9 better here. Not that he had to anyway. He's going to come back and leave himself on double 12 after 12 darts.
Mason can't now do the same. Just needed to move those over a centimetre.
50. Daryl 24.
Again, he's waiting.
21. Chris Car 154.
Well, Mason know better than anyone that this is a precarious position for Daryl Fitton.
134.
There is awkwardness
Daryl 3.
etched all over this, and particularly because his darts pitch up as well. There may not be too much of this he can see. He's got a corner to the right-hand side he cannot find.
20.
And Mason, with that 1-3-4 turn last time out, has given him an opportunity at double 10 to take this opening leg. A leg he's had no right to win.
Yeah, Fitton will be bruised by this if it does indeed go. It could get messy for both players.
10. Daryl 3. No score.
That is
Chris
messy.
10.
Very, very messy.
That was almost a overcompensation to ensure that he had a clean lie at double 1. He didn't get a go at it, as it turned out to be the case. And Mason's not going to get a go at double 2 either. A real scrappy opening leg. Both players fluffing their lines on big numbers.
No score.
And again.
Chris 10.
He has won a couple of legs on this target tonight. But the woes on the Devils continue.
Well, he tried carefully to hit the 1 then, and he still missed a big number. The 18s have been a disaster in this game. Fitton's closer there to the 20 segment.
Getting shown the
but
first
he just
leg,
somehow managed to win that absolute mess of a leg. Or not a mess of a leg, to be fair. Just
Chris to throw first. Game on.
The finishing bit, the end bit. Both players hit 3 scores with 1 treble and a score with 2.
That was the 12th dart of the leg at a double before Daryl Fitton could finally
100.
conjure a way to move 1-0 in front. And it'd be one of those legs as well for Chris Mason that he knows in terms of the scoring phase of the leg. He probably shouldn't have got that opportunity, but the fact that he got as many darts at a double as his opponent, that will be the irritant for him.
121.
Annoying as well that they kick off with ton plus scores again. Every score so far on this leg has been in 3 figures. Yet they couldn't score 1 figure for much of the last leg.
Go figure.
140.
Back to back, ton 40s. You're telling me someone's at 3 scores with 1 treble, 3 scores with 2 trebles in 1.5
60.
legs, and they're averaging 73.
Wouldn't shout that too loudly if I were you.
42.
Well, that's presented an opening to Mason, who, for the most part of that leg, because of the back-to-back 140 scores of Fitton, had his darts taken off of him.
100.
Great fun with the last, because those first 2 really did obscure the treble target there.
But if he can exhibit that sort of commentator's mind, that maturity that he's had more recently, Chris Mason, what he doesn't want to do is start thinking this is going to be a mess of a match and, you know, it's a lottery who will win. He should be thinking, well, Daryl Fitton's here for the taking.
Mr. Carl 120.
The 120 may be there for the taking. And he can take it on tops.
80. W car 80.
Smidgen over the top, and so Fitton for the break of throw. Again finds the treble on this combination. And no mistake on the double 10 either. Well, after all the toil and trouble in the previous leg on the doubles, Fitton takes out a pop for a 14 darter and moves 2-0 to the good. Chris Mason stares around the building, wondering what on earth is happening to him tonight.
Yeah, he can't believe it. Pretty much what you just described in the previous leg. Fitton gave him every chance in that leg. He had one little chance, couldn't take it himself. Fitton again off with 140. He's making Mason try and play catch-up. I've never seen aces be so unlucky. But maybe, just maybe, Chris Mason can find a way to turn it around.
The cards might be stacked against him, but if we know one thing about Chris Mason, he will play the game no matter what. Talking about ace arrows.
Well, he had one of the most famous 9-dart finishers hit against him. That was 23 years ago now by Phil Taylor, who will be on your screen on Saturday night. But he also went 6 into the 9 himself, didn't he, at the World Seniors last year?
81. $96. Daryl car 140.
Fitton for a 3-0 lead, looking at this 140. Well, that's a perfect guide for a treble. Shuffles across to try and find over the last dart to leave himself on tops after 12.
45.
Drifts and veers wide into the 5. And so if Mason's going to stay in this match, he may have to take out this 1-2-8. And it's going to be a dart at the ball. All he gets if he finds the treble here. Gets that. Bullseye.
103.
Mason cannot find a route back into this contest just yet.
And I'll be hoping that Fitton's not up to these tricks again. Oh, treble found. Mason knows the rest.
Game show on the third leg.
That's the end of the story. Same old story.
4 for Chris to throw first. Game on.
Back-to-back 14 darters for Daryl Fitton to stretch his lead to 3. Well, it's 0-3 in terms of the scoreline here for Chris Mason. And if Daryl Fitton picks off one more, it'll be 0-3 in terms of the win-to-loss column this evening too.
There is coming back from that. I don't think there's coming back from 0-4. And Chris Mason will take on Conan Whitehead in his final game.
140.
There's only one occasion ever do I remember a player losing all 4 games in a night and then squeezing through. Mike Warburton lost his first 4 games and only won 3 out of the
140.
4 during the second day's play. But because the group was so tight, he managed to find a way through. There is a possibility, actually, that could fall into Mason's favour if Benett and Duff just keep dominating the group.
40.
One is guaranteed to move on to 6 in the next game because Benett and Duff will go up against one another. But if them two keep picking off wins against the rest of the field, it will give both Fitton and Mason the opportunity just to hang around the periphery. It'd be down to Conan Whitehead, you'd feel, to perhaps take advantage of that final qualification spot.
Well, he's got a healthy lead in this leg, but just one slack dart there has annoyed Mason. Felt he should be better placed. Fitton can't leave a finish. There's 85. No drama here.
Chris car 138.
Well, it's the first time in this match he's had any kind of breathing space. He's not going to take out the 1-3-8 on this particular occasion.
86.
He's going to leave himself on a single to double combination upon his return. Well, he could do what he says is the minimum requirement to win legs. Holding 15 and breaking 12. On the darts here, he could do exactly that.
12 for tops.
Getting shown
No
the
problem at all.
Chris Mason.
14 dart leg. Chris Mason is in the match.
Fifth leg Daryl to through first.
Third consecutive leg to be taken in as many darts. But this is the leg for Daryl Fitton. This is a leg where he can get his first win on the ball. Remember, he missed 3 darts to get the better of Richie Benett in the opening game of the evening session. One more here and he'll finally taste success on the Super Series stage for the first time since March 2023.
$60.
Got through 2 finals night the last time he was here in the Modus Super Series as a series format, but he'll be hoping to go one step beyond and perhaps win his first title in this building.
29.
Would be madness.
$93.
Even though he sets no expectations of himself apart from to play well, Chris Mason, I just wonder whether the fact he came straight back out of retirement, won a Super Series week, actually from the outside raised expectations of him somewhat.
I like most things in life, it's a hope that kills you, isn't it? And I think he was actually honest. I think he had no idea how it was going to go, and it went so
98.
well. Reignited that fire. And he said it's a game that he absolutely loves, but one that breaks his heart.
His previous appearance here really was a litmus test as to how far he could take it. He accepted
100.
an invite to the 2023 World Series on the back of that success. It was an invitation that was in the post, but he didn't want to send the RSVP back until he felt as if he could really give it a go.
94.
And this year got through to the quarterfinals of that event, lost out to Lisa Ashton, a game that saw Lisa go absolutely berserk on the doubles.
$58. Chris Yukar, 156.
Well, he's still in front in this leg. He gets the first go, but even if he doesn't take it, Fitton has to take something big. He's having a think here. Does he really have to navigate his way around that? I think he'll move down in the end. Treble and a single, he takes a 6 off.
96. Daryl Yukar, 160.
Does exactly that. Threatens the break of throw unless Fitton could have taken out the 160. He's not going to do so on this particular occasion, but he is going to pile the pressure on Mason here. With a couple of trebles, he's left himself on double 16 for the match. If this does not go, if he cannot find tops,
I think he has to miss low if he misses. Well, he did, but he's hit the wire. It's come straight off. And that's very unlucky. 2 well-thrown darts, 1 flush off the wire, 1 just above it.
Daryl Yukar, 32.
But now Daryl Fitton will have 3 in hand to win for the first time tonight.
Eventually, Daryl Fitton is a winner here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. A 4-1 success against Chris Mason gets his campaign up and running. But for Chris Mason, he finds himself pointless at the bottom of the table. 3 games played, 3 defeats for Mason the Ace. He has got work to do if he is to climb into the top 3. Next up is Richie Benett against Neil Duff.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 a.m. on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 p.m. and 10 p.m. Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 p.m. on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker taking and Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second Max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Been so long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series on Pluto TV. Remind if you haven't done so to download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV or smart device. It's free to download, it's free to watch, and from Saturday, all the action will be exclusively live there in territories which carry Pluto TV, as well as a dedicated 24-hour darts channel. So you get 30 hours of live darts action a week, every single week, 50 weeks of the year. And on top of that, you'll get bonus content, exclusive interviews, exclusive features, and some of the best action from the Super Series. And you can
Game on.
catch some of the best stuff on demand as well. The Pluto TV app available to download to your smart TV or smart device. Well, these two have been the dominant forces in this Group B so far. Richie Benett and Neil Duff, akin to Richie Benett and Devon Peterson earlier, on a bit of a collision course in their particular battles, dominating the rest of the field. But what can
55.
they do up against one another? In terms of the head-to-head between the pair for the week, it's favoured 2-1 in the direction of
45.
Neil Duff, a 4-3 win on Monday. A 4-1 win for Richard Benett on Tuesday, and then Neil Duff ran out a 4-0 winner in the meeting between the pair yesterday
100.
afternoon, or shall I say Wednesday afternoon. Now we've got into the early hours of Friday morning.
Yeah, 4 games left
85.
to go. As Henry was explaining, one of these will feel pretty confident of a qualification for Saturday night at the end of this match. 6 points on your first night, and you are almost there. 8 points, and you pretty much are there.
85.
Well, the next 2 games feel like big games for different reasons. For these two, the winner will be in a very handy position going into their
100.
final matches of the night. And then the next one between Chris Mason and Conan Whitehead is big in the respect that if Mason can win that, it keeps his head above water. It's his final match of the evening. And if Conan can win that, he'll move on to 4 points and he'll still have one more game to go against Richie Benett. This is usually the stage on a Thursday where we really learn the lie of the land in a Group B scenario. Benett unable to take out the 136.
45.
So Duff's going to get a look
Near
at the
car,
161. Remember,
161.
he's had 6 ton-plus checkouts this week, but he's not going to add a 7th to the collection right here.
137.
Benett for
Richie
the
Car,
91. He's got
91.
options here. Treble 17 if he wants to go aggressive. The bullseye if he wants to play it safe. Gets the treble on the secondary shot, but can't find the double.
75. Near the car, 24.
So Duff looking at double 12 to get the break. That first
Make
start
sure
looked
the
like
first
an
leg
inviting
nibbled.
guide, and it turned out to be the case with Dart 2. Duff gets the break in the opening leg.
Second leg, Neil
One
goes
up
through first.
is the
Game on.
2022 Lakeside champion. Such is the
80.
long career of Neil Duff. It was somewhat a surprise that actually that success at Lakeside 2022 actually came in his debut year. It feels as if at some
140.
point he would have played in a World Championship at another time.
Yeah, it seems like he's been around for a while. I really think it was the
137.
previous guys of this tournament that made Duff a bit better known. He played very regularly in Southampton, didn't he? And really did well there. Same can be said of the man he's playing, but he was pretty well known before then.
140.
In terms of playing well, actually hit a 9-darter there, didn't he, Richie Benett?
Actually, the first night we had a referee, we played a special tournament to make sure everything was up and running for another project we were running within the live league. And he nearly won that tournament with a 9-dart leg, did Richie Benett?
59.
Yeah, it was the sort of pilot for a champions night, wasn't it? Very different to the kind we have now with £25,000 first prize and a capacity audience. And if you fancy being in that audience, then tickets are available via dartshop.tv. In fact, if you get your smart device ready, assuming you're now watching on your smart TV,
130.
we'll give
Near
you a
the car,
QR code in the next leg that
124.
you can scan. It'll take you to the ticket page, and the whole of next series is available. Unfortunately for you, you'll have to sit and watch us on the
29.
box on Saturday night because
Richie
it is
Car,
sold out.
32.
Oh, you might get the box office of Richie Benett. So I'm going to double 4 here.
28.
Fine, and
Near
so
the car,
Duff, an
95.
outside opportunity, but the types of chances he has taken this week.
That'll do nicely. To tee up tops.
75. Richie Car, 4.
An opportunity for 2-leg lead
shot on
has
the
been
second
let
leg,
slip
Richie
for
Benett.
Neil Duff, and Benett will take advantage of his second invitation to
Third leg, Richie
equalise
to
this
first.
game up at
Game
1
on.
apiece.
One of them, 40.
I think Richie's going to be another beneficiary of the fact that there's only going to be 4 games
100.
tonight as opposed to 5. Even though his record in final games of the day were okay, there was signs on Monday that he was just beginning to tire as
121.
the finishing line approached.
$140.
Just get the sense, really, with all of the players, even the two on the stage that have won both their matches. The night started with so much promise, everybody performing pretty well in their opening games, but it just seems to have tailed off game by game for many of them.
140.
And there's a couple of different theories you could put behind it. You could possibly put tiredness as one of them, but you could also possibly put the fact that maybe they're all showing
Near the
each
car,
other a little
121.
bit too much respect.
That was what Stephen Bunting was accused of, wasn't it? Against Luke Littler in a World Championship semi-final. Not for me in that scenario.
89.
I thought
Richie
Bunting
Carr,
was brilliant,
40.
has been brilliant for a couple of years and will win more major titles, I feel
Game
sure.
show on the third leg.
That
Richie
leg
Benett.
is won by Richie Benett on tops after Neil Duff fluffed his chance with
Fourth
the
leg,
first
Neil to throw
dart
first.
going wayward.
Game on.
It must be difficult to ignore Richie Benett. Do you know that feeling when you're sort of waiting for
85.
something to happen, but he's behind you? You know that he's doing something. You know that he's moving around. You know there's no malice meant with it. But even if he stood firm and straight, you're probably thinking, what's he doing behind me?
He's like the naughty pupil at the back of the class, isn't he? That you know that at some point he's going to do something, but you don't know what and you don't know when.
60.
You tell me. When you have to be careful when he stood in front of you as well. Do love the flights that Richie Benett uses at homage to that famous old shirt that he used to wear. Bit frustrated he doesn't still wear that. It was a very, very nice garment.
100.
Very iconic, particularly towards the latter ends of the 1990s.
Can you remember, speaking about trying to ignore Richie Benett, the game at the World Championship when he completely lost it with the crowd, and James Hubbard was trying not to laugh, and he could not prevent a chuckle coming out.
60. Richie Carr, 100.
And then the very next year tried his best to be the crowd favourite. That wasn't long after an incident of Adrian Lewis as Benett looks for tops for their ton to get the break and throw and lead by 3 legs to 1. That was a 12 darter. His average in excess here of 101.
Well, the names that we've been mentioning, very, very possibly playing here at the Super Series this year. James Hubbard returned last year. Adrian Lewis has spoken about his desire to be here, hitting maximums like Richie Benett, who is, and I'm going to say it, rolling back the years.
Forget a star of the past. Benett is providing the goods in the present.
44.
Average just under 105, a leg away from victory.
$57.
We're talking about that brilliant 9-darter to win a tournament. Or almost 9-darter. Couldn't add to the excitement there.
100.
I wonder who will hit the first 9-dart finish live on Pluto TV.
$100.
Still haven't seen one on a Saturday night yet, which when you consider we've been here for 2.5 years.
Oh, imagine the first night. Imagine the first night of exclusivity and somebody treats the Pluto audience
100.
to a perfect leg.
Richie Carr, 164.
And this place will be packed to the rafters, so you will hear about it. Benett's got 6 here to complete a 4-1 victory over Neil Duff. By far his best performance of the week so far. And he's saved it for an opponent that has given him some pain over the last few days.
140.
Yeah, this will put Benett in a very good
Richie
spot.
Carr, 106.
A third straight win, a 6th point of the evening's action. Treble 18, not found. Duff may need
58.
to
Neil
complete
Carr,
the combo.
117.
These have been the types of finishes that Duff's been picking apart, but the seemingly easy part of the equation is the part that breaks down, and so Benett will come back for 48 to complete a 4-1 win.
It's a cardinal sin,
77.
isn't it? Hit the treble, miss a
Richie
big
Carr,
number, don't get a
48.
dart at the double. Benett's back.
$39.
Or is it going to be a comeback
Carr,
after
40.
Benett spurns his chance?
Double top for Neil Duff, and now 2 10s. 1 left in hand. He got
30.
given a reprieve and he
Richie
couldn't
Carr,
take
9.
it. And so Benett to finally finish this match off.
No score. Neil Carr, 10.
Well, we've seen this story before. Rod Harrington was very much around when Richie Benett was, and he'd be shouting now at his TV.
Game show on the 5th leg.
Don't
Neil
miss
Duff.
a big number. And it resulted In Benett being broken, Duff having the darts to level and force what would be a fourth deciding leg of the night.
There could be a tricky little switch in terms of the game dynamic here for Richie Benett.
100.
Duff breaks back. The game returns to throw at 3-2.
Interesting as well to point out that both of Neil Duff's victories came in
41.
last leg deciders. Is it his own darts, or has he got a little bit of the hump with Richie here? I can't tell. Total speculation. I'm
60.
not accusing anyone. I'm not saying there's anything untoward, but the reactions from Neil Duff, I think, are a little bit more than just chucking a bad dart.
81.
Looks very hot under the collar, does the Duff man. He's had to work harder for things than he would have liked to have worked for things.
57.
Missed a lot of darts at double. Missed 10 darts at a double in his game against Chris Mason. And Conan Whitehead himself could have taken home the points.
One of them,
in the meeting between the pair in game 5. But it's no mistaking the fact that playing Richie Benett is a completely different quantity to facing 99.99% of other players, because it's physically impossible to just play the ball when you play Benett.
62.
Well, this time, I think he's not happy with how long it's taken Benett to retrieve his darts. And I think Benett... Well, is he reacting to Duff reacting now? Are we getting a chain reaction?
82.
Well, you saw there in the background, Duff was just stepping back and allowing Richie his time to do what Richie does. I think Neil's trying his best not to get involved in proceedings.
60.
He's trying to follow his own line, but I think he's finding it harder than perhaps he would like.
My favourite ever post-match interview after a bit of angst on the hockey was Raymond van Barneveld at the Grand Slam.
44.
After he was accused of taking the game into Barney time against James Wade. And Barney, in the same interview, said, I wasn't slowing him down, but next time I'll do it again. 17. Tops.
97.
That would have been that.
Neil Ducar, 50.
Well, we will know if anything has gone on if this game goes to a last leg based on the manner of the acknowledgement of one another. Double top for Neil Duff. Benett shakes his head in the background. Maybe an expectation that was going to go, and this game goes to a last leg decider. A steely-eyed poise, a steely-eyed focus on Neil Duff.
He's getting involved in the Benett antics now. Benett's got the speaker. Just saw Neil Duff attempt to headbutt a television there.
70.
We've all been there at 12:30 on a Thursday night when the pubs kick out, right?
Speak for yourself. But you made a great point, and the respect shown between them before this leg started probably tells me that we've got that tabloid feel about us tonight and are probably looking for something that's not there, and maybe they were just reacting to disappointment in their own darts.
Well, Neil is in a red top.
Very good.
60.
Stick with me, pal. You go far.
One of them, 40.
Great assault of the Benett throw now here from Neil Duff. 2-2-1 after half a dozen darts with a brace of ton 40s.
100.
Well, Neil Duff has been able to control this last leg decider better. He's taken the darts off Benett. And if he finds another treble here, or he can find a 25 there, he puts himself in a good suit after 9 darts. And guess what he's left again? Old Faithful, 116.
60. Near the car, 116.
And he goes this way, and so often he's successful. That leaves him the red top.
Getting shot on
and
the
in it goes, and Duff does it again. A last leg decider sees Duff deny Benett. And he's having a little chat there. I don't know if it was pointed towards Duff or towards the dartboard. It was in the direction of both, so we're still none the wiser. Benefit of the doubt. I think it's probably an argument with the board in typical Richie Benett fashion, but it's Duff who's got his own typical fashion tonight, and that's winning last leg deciders. 3 of them have seen him unbeaten and top of the table. Coming next, Chris Mason looking to get off the bottom of it when he takes on Conan Whitehead.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me?
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage of chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player. He's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Welcome back to the Pluto TV Modus Super Series 24/7 Darts channel, where we are nearing the end of the live action for another day, but we've got plenty of content coming your way. However, Chris Mason will be hoping that at the end of the conversation, he's got something to take away from it. Hasn't picked up a point tonight. Conan Whitehead has picked up 2. He's actually got 2 games left as well, so it could go very, very well for Whitehead this evening. But Chris Mason, he has huffed and puffed throughout the night. And is hoping that he does manage to end on a win. And if he does, he's level on points with Daryl Fitton. He's level on points with Conan Whitehead. Things could look very different in the morning. The chances may not have gone up in smoke.
First leg, Chris to throw first. Game on.
But the problem is, Mason's been blowing hot and cold at times throughout the course of the evening. Got off to a positive start against Neil Duff. Lost 4-3 in that one in a game that he may have felt could have, maybe should have gone the other way.
180.
Well, that's a perfect start.
4 perfect darts. Make that 5. 6 of the best.
Starters, you mean to go on, fellas?
Well, Mason misses. Will Whitehead carry on the pursuit?
100.
The 180 magnet is not going to add a second, but that deflected the other side horribly.
The wrong side of the magnet, wasn't it? Yeah. Really could have been on the brink here of something special at the Super Series. Like he enjoyed the night he met Mason at the Series 1 Champions night.
105.
Not the 9-darter, the title. The first ever winner of this event.
Well, the biggest surprise is Conan Whitehead hasn't had a 9 in this
94.
building yet. When you
Chris
consider his
160.
prolificness in hitting maximums, you'd give him half a chance at some point. He would get, well, the last leg of the previous match was one with a 116 checkout. But the first leg of this one isn't going to be one with exactly
42.
the same combination.
104.
What a leg it's been after 9, 104. That's okay. Mason, I don't think he wants to look here. Well, he can breathe
84.
again.
Chris Car 74.
One dart. A double top for the opening leg.
34.
There's been a lot of darts resting on that
Car
double top
20.
wire tonight for Chris Mason. Wonder if the board in the pub's just a
Getting shot on the first
millimetre
leg,
high.
Conor Whitehead.
Because he's thrown so many darts on tops, just resting on that wire.
Conan to throw first. Game on.
He's looking towards us. We can't give you any answers, Mace. That's his job when he's in the seat.
81.
I'll tell you what, that dart bounced out all the way back that it nearly hit Conan Whitehead as he went back up the oche. Have a look at that. Look at the positioning there. Whitehead was walking past as that came out the board.
$60.
Well, that would have been bizarre. See plenty of bizarre things here at the Super Series. The amount of games we get through, you do see some miracle maxes and the like.
97.
Calm down, Henry. That certainly wasn't in. Well, it maybe was, and then it was out, and almost in the leg of his opponent.
58.
As you mentioned, these two played at a Champions Night. Whitehead won that one 4-3 en route to winning the title. They also met in the Group B of that particular Champions Week. Mason won the first
57.
meeting and a last leg decider before Whitehead would run out a 4-0 winner in the second renewal between the pair.
126.
Bit of a reaction there from Conan. Earlier tonight, right at the start of the night, and maybe it's different now because of the bad luck he's had, but Chris Mason was really feeding off negative body language from opponents, I thought.
57.
But you could argue that if things carry on, it could well be a case of the other way round. The opponent's feeding off the fact that Chris Mason cannot get going up to press, but this would be some way to fire up his spirits, but he can't fire in the 170.
And this may be a rare leg where he's nowhere near a double.
56.
He has
Conan
been there or
Car,
thereabouts
36.
on most legs. His leg difference and his points tally won't tell the story tonight. It's been
shot on the
misery for
second leg,
Mason,
Conan
and Whitehead
Whitehead.
is piling it on.
Third leg, Chris to throw first.
Well, over the
Game
course
on.
of his last 2 and a bit matches, he's 2 for 19 on the doubles. And that is where it is going wrong for Mace the Ace, as Whitehead opens up a 2-love lead in this match.
Got to win the reverse fixture tomorrow, hasn't he?
140.
Whatever happens. It's got to win every fixture tomorrow, in truth, if he loses this game.
It's getting desperate for Chris Mason,
180.
particularly with Conan Whitehead in this kind of form. That's his second max of the match. His average, 107.45. As we head towards what could well be the midway point of the match.
100.
And this is a point I'm making. You look at scorelines, 4-1 against Fitton, it could well be worse than that here. But if you're averaging around 90 throughout a Group B campaign of the
94.
Modus Super Series, you're probably going to get through. Chris Mason's going to leave tonight without any points. 90.67 in this game, with Whitehead at 106.33.
Well, let me pose you this question, Chris. If Mason was in Group C earlier on this afternoon, he wouldn't have been languished on 0 points. He probably
57.
would have been competing with the top 2 in the group with the numbers he's posted.
But he will say it, won't he? When he's probably the most
93.
vocal proponent of it, that they don't write averages on trophies. It's about winning matches. And sometimes, if your name's on pot, you win it. If your name's not, then you leave
44.
empty-handed.
Corner car 134.
It's never over after night 1 in Group B. But as Henry Deacon alongside me said, it is getting desperate here for Chris Mason.
94.
Desperate times call for desperate measures, and he has to take this 160 out. There's no mistaking that. Wow, he says, it slips into the treble 5. Whitehead's back for tops with a double break. But Mason has applied scoreboard pressure.
And he's done it Devon Peterson style, a 60 to leave 25. White doesn't like the light, steps across to try and bend it round.
30.
So Mason, with that play and that ploy, will only get 2 darts at double.
Game shot on the third leg, Chris Mason.
And that's all he needed. He halves the deficit. Game on.
Gives himself an avenue back into this contest.
And when you say contest, you could be referring to either match or group.
60.
Take your pick. I do think the way that both players go about their business will suit one another. Both have got this focus, this steely-eyed determination. In fact,
76.
You could probably say that both players and both people's characteristics are similar to one another.
180.
It's certainly a game that I think both will have been looking forward to. Maybe Mason less so the way the night's panned out, but when the announcement was made that Whitehead would be in the group, I think Mason would have relished that opportunity.
134.
Although a conversation between him and Vincent van der Voort, I mean, we should have just recorded that. 2 of the most straight-talking people you could ever wish to meet.
Would have been some editing for our content team to have
60.
done, mind.
Corner car 127.
A smile from Paul Hinks. A bullseye.
102.
Once again tonight, eludes Conan Whitehead.
But perhaps the worry for Mason here is where he has been competitive in legs that he's lost early on in the evening. He's now finding himself a long way behind on the Whitehead throw.
100.
Cannot leave a finish there. And so Conan's got 6 here to open up a 3-1 advantage.
It's difficult, isn't it, to keep
Getting shown the fourth
fighting
leg,
back
Colin
when
Whitehead.
you keep getting hit.
Fifth leg, Chris to throw first. Game
Now, the fight back needs to be perfect. 3 straight legs or Mason ends night 1 without a win, without a point.
There was a point as a teenager
93.
where Chris Mason had the decision, darts or boxing. He said darts because the punches of boxing would be hurting and taxing. Well, at times in his darting
60.
career, perhaps a psychological haymakers has been dealt with him, has been a bigger dagger than any heavyweight punch could. And he's had to roll with the punches at times tonight. He keeps coming up off the canvas, but Conan Whitehead is a leg away
60.
from landing the knockout blow to his evening.
$55.
In another
41.
universe, maybe Chris Mason is the heavyweight champion of the world.
Definitely a heavyweight name here at the Super Series is
140.
Chris Mason.
Needs to come out swinging now. And that is a nice jab. That one misses the mark.
121.
He'd be okay with that, but it's kind of out of his hands. A couple of trebles here puts Conan in pole position. 1 puts him on a finish first.
94.
On a finish first, but Mason can leave it much handier. Should leave himself on a 2-darter from this position.
What's going to be really frustrating here for Chris Mason is the millimetre misses have now become hits suddenly. Or is it just in the nick of time? Can he take care
56.
of the 52?
Chris Ricard, 52.
And just give Conan White a tap on the shoulder.
just to force the issue a bit more.
12.
Well, the misses at tops have not been by that margin. He's been very close all night. They were the two furthest away that I can remember. Double. Mason
56.
returns.
Car 40.
Now or never. And the game
Being
goes
shot
on.
the fifth flag, Chris Mason.
And if he can break here, Chris Mason would have the darts in a decider.
6 flag, Colin to throw first. Game on.
Is he about to play his joker card at just the right time?
92.
Either that or he could be hit with a royal flush. His hopes of getting out of this Group B could be down the pan if he loses all 4 matches tonight.
He is fighting. This match started with back-to-back maximums. 1 apiece.
125.
Conan Whitehead can't follow on this occasion.
I'll tell you now, if Chris Mason hits a 9-darter in this building, the internet will break.
60.
There'll be plenty of comments on the chat rooms talking about the feat from Mace the Ace.
80.
Well, he won't care about how many darts it takes to win the legs. All he wants to do is win them. He's found something, you know, towards the back end of this match. Full focus.
140.
Suddenly it's smooth. The misses have become hits. Maybe, just maybe, the belief is coming back
58.
as well. And it
Chris
could
Ricardo,
be
121.
just in time.
And it is coinciding with a little bit of a Whitehead wobble here. Bullseye.
96.
Would have sent us all the
Colin
way.
Ricardo, 146.
146 would hurt. He's okay. 25 remainder
83.
to clean
Chris
up
Ricardo, 25.
with Whitehead visible in the rearview mirror. Oh, that leaves 7. 1 dart at double 2.
23. Colin Ricardo,
And
63.
that could be all she wrote for Chris Mason on this Thursday evening, because Conan Whitehead...
Does he?
Chris Mason daren't look. He is, you know.
Well, Mason would have been wanting him to do that. No doubt about it. Chris
31.
Mason would have been behind. Go
Chris
for it, pal.
Ricardo, 2.
Go for it. Gives him a dart, a double 1. Gives him 3 darts.
Being shot
Only
on the
needs
sixth
1.
flag, Chris Mason.
Thank you very much.
7th and final leg, Chris to throw first. Game on.
Has Conan Whitehead's party trick just cost him the match?
Because Chris Mason would have seen that in an old school manner, would have seen it in an old school
60.
way. And the fact that he missed the bullseye stopped him from having a third option. Some may argue that whatever the scenario, you're going to have a dart to win the leg. However, if you hit the single 18 or single 10, you're getting a dart at a bigger target to win the leg.
Maybe he would have seen it in an old school way, but here's the caveat that he will have seen Conan Whitehead do that plenty of times. So I don't think he'd be disrespected by it. I think he
81.
was just, as I said, thinking, well, go on then, Conan. Now's as good a time as any. And I think that a lot when you see players that are doing
85.
things that are against the odds in darts, you want them to do it. Why wouldn't you? People get disrespected. I think most players should think it's fantastic.
You miss all you want, pal. I'll take my opportunity. I can actually hear that in his southwest accent.
Still has to take the opportunity, mind. He took that one, but this leg on throw,
43.
which hasn't been fantastic from either player. Started well for Whitehead with a 140, but he's wobbled since. And Chris Mason has an opportunity here to put his foot to the floor.
140.
And he may be forced to take out this 120, depending on what Whitehead
95.
does in this visit.
Chris
Only the
Ricardo,
one treble. He'd be
120.
disappointed following the first dart in the treble. And Mason's not going to get a dart at all.
Just makes it even more agonising, doesn't it? Because he knows even if Conan Whitehead
68.
doesn't
Conan
take out the unlikely
138.
138, what an ironic shot, by the way, he is going to be left-handy, and the pressure's going to be on Mason. And Chris Mason, well, his favourite line when it comes to this point is that pressure is for
95.
tyres.
Chris Ricardo, 52.
Well, he has shown real character and real resilience, but he's missed a big number. He's only going to get one in his hand. A double top.
12.
It doesn't go, and
Corner car,
Whitehead is back
43.
to win it and to leave Mace the Ace with 0 points after day one.
Minor mistakes cost greatly. And it has
And from the
cost
match,
Chris
Whitehead.
Mason everything tonight. He really gathered himself in that game, but he will be feeling like he's read this particular book before. A 4-3 win for Conan Whitehead, who you have to give credit to because he did wobble in the middle of the game, but he managed to take his chance to win it in the end. And he could still end up with a fantastic night under his belt, because that takes him to 4 points with a game still to play. That will be against Richie Benett in game 10. Coming next, Neil Duff will take on Daryl Fitton.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker taking and Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2-1 turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Oki.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. 2 more games to go. Then Neil Duff against Daryl Fitton, the first of them. And this is an interesting match because Fitton sits 4 points behind Duff on 2 points. If he wins it, it causes a little bit of congestion in the middle of the table. If Neil Duff wins it, he puts 6 points between himself and Fitton ahead of their game tomorrow. And he's pretty much there, you'd have to say, with that 6-point buffer. Conan Whitehead takes on Richie Benett in the final match. Both of those players on 4. One of them will join Duff on 6 or be 2 points behind him on 6.
For Daryl Fitton, he's got an opportunity to really tighten this group up, because if he wins this one, he'll be on 4 points. Duff will be left on 6. One of Whitehead and Benett would have to be on 6 as well. The loser would be on 4. So you'd have 4 players all within a couple of points of one another. And then Chris Mason languished at the bottom of the table without a point to his name. Or vice versa, Neil Duff, as you mentioned, can complete the card, and the winner of the final match would also have a little bit of breathing space from Daryl Fitton, who's just outside the qualification positions.
Yeah, could shake it up here, couldn't he, Fitton? And he has shown in spells tonight what he can do. The 4-1 win against Chris Mason, the real highlight of that. That is last game. But did show glimpses in his other matches. 2 legs against Conan Whitehead, 3 legs against Richie Benett in a brilliant start to the evening. Duff might not have it all his own way here. And he hasn't had it all his own way tonight, to be fair. He's top of the table without losing any of his first 3 matches, but his leg difference is +3. That tells you everything.
And I just wonder whether for Daryl Fitton, as we mentioned, there's been good parts of tonight, but maybe just a little bit of a lack of match sharpness as at times, at the key moments, the crucial moments, just come back to cost him a little bit.
It's a relatively short format, this, but I think if we went to a more brutal format, you'd see some of the old players really excel a little bit more. They can turn it on still for 2 or 3 legs, can't they? But now, very rarely for 7.
Maybe we should have made this best of 5.
60.
Hindsight's a wonderful thing. To be fair, they flew through some of the Group A sessions. I expect finals night to be pretty frantic as well, particularly if Howson and Peterson make it and play like they played today. Richie Howson this week, he has been irresistible.
140.
The best he's played in this building. I don't think there's any doubt at all about it, but he doesn't think that's the case.
I think it's a little bit like Neil Duff, but a different stage. Duff thinks he deserves a Champions League win. I think Richie Howson really feels he deserves a win of any kind here, a tournament win. Next to tick off the chuck it list.
32. Neil Lucar, 56.
His story has been steady progression. You could say the same about the career of Neil Duff, picking apart title for then eventually winning his big world crown. And from that point onwards, he has been somewhat an irresistible force of nature at this level. And I reckon as well, because he doesn't play on the Challenge Tour, because he doesn't play that particular system where a lot of the time when we talk about the best amateur players, we tend to judge it off of that particular order of merit. Neil Duff, a lot of the time, gets overlooked.
Just thinking, actually, as you were saying that, for 59. Both Richie Howson and Neil Duff, fairly late in their success in this game, it must almost feel like computer game darts, this. They sort of go through the levels and suddenly they're part of a Legends lineup with some of the greats of yesteryear.
100.
Well, Richie, in an almost self-deprecating fashion, has said, how am I amongst this cast list of names?
100.
But he's won a big one on the TV, the Champion of Champions, which was live on the Beeb.
Yeah, and impressive because he was knocking on the door, wasn't he? Final after final without success, which is why I do think that he 95. Will scale that mountain here and win eventually, maybe this week. Right now, you would think Steve Beaton might have something to say about that.
And for Neil Duff, there was a time where he was called somewhat the bridesmaid in 100. This particular building. It took him a few goes till he eventually got his first win. But then once he got his first, well, it's felt like he's been in pretty much every Champions Week since.
Yeah, him and Steve West hoovering up title after title.
58.
Sure, we'll see plenty of them again in 2025. West did have a little go at Q-School, didn't he? Surprisingly for me. Kind of spoke over the course of last year like that part of his
100.
Career was over, but he did it as a measure as to where his game was. After really being through the walls, by the way, physically, Steve West. Okay, Fitton goes a different way here. 57 now. Would have left the bullseye.
57. Near the car, 142.
And he's going to return for the 68 to square this match up. There's a 68.
90.
Which may well have 68. To be taken. It's going to be one dart. And that dart is at double top.
Game
And it's
shown the second
found
leg,
to the
Daryl
top
Fitton.
corner, and we're level at 1-1.
Third leg, Neil to third first. Game on.
I do wonder, and I'm going to ask you, Henry, for your analysis on this because you're all I've got. Will Neil Duff almost be more pleased if he comes out with 4-4-3 wins, that he's ground out those results and put himself in a position after real battles?
I don't think he'll be overly enamoured with the performances, but I think he'll be pleased with the way he's
100.
managed to battle over the course of the evening.
Well, Phil Taylor's here on Saturday night, as we've been saying, and I remember an infamous interview with him when he was asked by the great Rod Studd after a World Grand Prix match,
16.
semi-final, that did the previous game take something out of his opponent, and Phil Taylor was very much a good game does you good, a real battle does you good. It gets you ready for the next day, it gets you ready for the knockout stages like we have here on a Saturday.
You know, Duff won't feel like he's built much momentum, though, this evening, even if he does win all 4 matches.
Yeah, well, Henry's analysis wasn't exactly a glowing reference of just performances, was it? He's won all 4 matches. You're telling him he's lost.
He's doing what he has to do. And sometimes that's all you
42.
can do, all you have to do. We live in a world which is generated by numbers. I mean, we're probably hypocrites because we spend nights writing down numbers and comparing what one player does to another. But for Neil, just getting the 4 wins on the board will just give him the platform where we need just 1 win pretty much no matter what to get himself through. And once it gets to Saturday, he's a different beast anyway.
Yeah, he's made of strong stuff. 96 is a number here.
Neil to car 96.
Lovely first. No trouble.
Being shown the third leg,
2-1, that's
Neil.
what he can do.
Fourth leg,
He
Daryl
has
to
had
third
moments
first.
and legs
Game on.
like that, but he hasn't been able to string it together all too much. But it's looking more like the Neil Duff that was playing in Group A with this particular performance. 94.5 the average, 2 from 2 on his doubles.
45.
Yeah, we haven't seen a dart missed that double in the game. If
41.
we can keep that record for the last match, that will be pleasing because it disappeared a little bit earlier. And as you rightly said earlier in the week, he's been fantastic in that particular department, which many will tell you is the most important department.
139.
Including a certain Bobby George, speaking of legends. If you're watching, Bobby, do you want us to do the line? Go on, Henry, it's all yours.
55.
Scores for show, doubles for dough.
Bobby?
$38.
Daryl will have had many a game analysed by Bobby George at the Lakeside back in the day.
It would have been Bobby on the Dazzler, wouldn't it?
97.
Doesn't really throw anymore, just fun games, doesn't he, Bobby George? Did actually get invited to play in the original World Seniors tournament, but like Dennis Priestley said, I'm not really up to it. Became part of the broadcast and ambassadorial roles as well.
98.
It's good to see some of the old players play the
139.
legends from years gone by. Keith Deller, of course. John Lowe. Bob Anderson at that 180, didn't he? And gave the finger point. And
47.
if you want to attend a World Seniors event, tickets are available from the same website as you can get Modus Super Series tickets for, dartshop.tv. This duo will be at the tavern.
Did you get one of those cowboy hats in his final
94.
appearance?
Daryl to car
Unfortunately
92.
not, but I got the chance to spend some time in his company, and he's a fantastic man. Double 16 here for Daryl Fitton.
Being shown the fourth
And
leg,
the
Daryl Fitton.
sharp shooting continues here. Both players 2 from 2 on the outer ring.
Fifth leg, Neil
And Neil
to
Duff
first.
once again is going to be made to work.
Well, he's getting his money's worth tonight, isn't he, Neil Duff? he may well play every single leg possible across his 4 matches. He could play 28 legs out of 28 on this Thursday night.
96.
Well, if he does that, the likelihood is that whoever wins the last match between Whitehead and Benett would have a better leg difference than Neil Duff. Or at worst, Benett could match it. If he wins 4-3, one of them wins by 2 or 3 legs. They're going to be as good or better in that department, but crucially, will have fewer points.
How many times do players in this building say
60.
you could talk about legs difference all you want, but if I keep picking up points, that becomes an irrelevance anyway?
And how many times do players, and on occasion commentators, focus so much on the leg difference they forget about the points? We've had players who've come upstairs 4 points clear
44.
and said they didn't know they were through.
Admittedly, Leonard Gates, it wasn't his finest hour.
Hope to see him again in 2025.
100.
Another man who's hit a 9-darter on this stage. Also, those who do watch the Modus Super Series Darts channel on Pluto TV 24/7 might have seen him tucking into some snacks from time to time as well.
140.
Daryl Fitton there that was dipping his bread into the treble bed. Makes some inroads on the Duff throw, but a decent score here for the Northern Irishman will put him in control of this leg.
100.
It's only a ton. It's susceptible. It's a score that's interceptable for Daryl Fitton. They are kissed so close to the wire.
100.
Manages
Near
to
the car,
find one with the
145.
last. Treble 15. Gives himself a dart at tops. And that would have been his 8th ton plus check out of the week, and it would have put him 3-2 to the goods.
And the irony is he could find himself behind here if Daryl Fitton's got his number. Great guide. He uses it. He's already hit double 19 tonight.
80.
But this time,
Near the car,
he
20.
mirrors the miss.
And even when Daryl Fitton's missing, he's not missing by much on the doubles. In fact, the worst darts he's thrown this evening have been at single numbers.
Well, there's good and bad here. He's having to move, but he has got something to bounce off.
Getting shot on the 5th
Air
leg,
shot
near
in the
the-
end for Duff. Fitton remains unflustered, unfazed.
6 leg
Knows
Calder
he has
through
to hold
first.
to force a
Game on.
decider. But Duff has been the king of the last leg tonight. There was once a stat, wasn't there, doing the rounds, and I think we might have to start racketing. If Neil Duff wins every
93.
match 4-3 tonight, let's start a tally chart, Henry, because he won 4-3 in his last game of Group A as well, so that would be 5 4-3s on the spin. I think Michael van Gerwen once went through a run of about 25 consecutive
140.
last leg deciders. Not every match, but when he got to a last leg decider, he won them 25 times in a row. We could actually see Duff here do that
29.
in true consecutive fashion.
Did lose 4-3 yesterday in his first match of the day to Devon Peterson.
50.
So the one would be 5 last leg deciders with a win. Although he's hoping he doesn't have to get to that particular mark here.
Good habit to have, isn't it? Some players have made a real living out of it. James Wade used to be one of the best proponents of the last leg
100.
shootout. Luke Humphreys in more recent times.
To the point where it's called wading.
Luke Littler not so much because he never gets to one.
60.
And ironically, the biggest legend of all in this venue is an 18-year-old.
55.
Just turned 18, hasn't he, Luke?
Well, this is the disparity and the variety you
85.
get here at the Super Series. You've had a player who's 16 and a player who's 60 who have won weeks here.
I always say it, but one of the most telling moments was when Littler returned to hand the trophy to Jim McEwen, 40 years his senior.
78.
may well be watching. Luke Littler sometimes does tune in to the Super Series still.
98. Daryl car 146.
Wouldn't say made at Modus, but it certainly helped.
Gave him the platform to really grow in his career. Fitton unable to take out the 146. Neil Duff has an opportunity to complete the card for the night. 68 points away from a fourth win from 4, and to put himself in a dominant position in this group, to put himself in a position where he'd be just one game away tomorrow from sealing the deal, but the 8-8 for the contest comes and goes.
88 for Fitton then, who is 2 out of 3 on doubles in this game. Will it be the smallest one? Will it be something more sizable? It is. The ball. Oh, it's in the ball. And Neil Duff is taken to a final leg again.
7th and final leg, Neil to throw first.
It has been lucky 7 for Duff tonight. 3 wins, all of them in last leg shootouts. 1 at the end of yesterday as well. Can he make it 5 in a row?
92.
Well, he's been playing straight 7s, but can he get all of his cards right tonight, Neil Duff?
It could well be a record in itself. Just given our producer Robbie a reason to stay up late this evening, because he will be determined to find out.
One
58 legs have been played so far this evening. The maximum that can be played is 70.
And we have still got a game.
And Whitehead and Benett on paper looks like a game that would go the distance too.
Don't worry, we are due to finish at 1:30, but if the live action's still going, we will stay with you.
Means overtime, doesn't it?
We'll see. The advantage of 24/7 Darts channel, of course.
46.
We don't have to show reruns of, well, whatever you like. I won't get myself in trouble. Duff trying to rescue this for another last leg shootout win.
38.
And it feels like we're not if from this particular situation. Daryl will be bitterly disappointed. He did all the hard work to get himself back into it in the last leg, and how many times in this situation when you feel like the game's up, you find a decent score. But Duff to finally see off the Dazzler, looking at Tops for the win. And gets Tops for the win. And it is a 4 from 4, a perfect night for Neil Duff here in Group B. And the Duff man, well, he is moving one step closer to Saturday's final. He was focused from the first start, focused to the last. He was businesslike all evening long. He still has a 4-3 win against Daryl Fitton. Coming up next, our final game of the evening sees Conan Whitehead take on Richie Benett. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've had a bumper night of darts here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. 9 games played, 4 of them have been won by Neil Duff, and every single one of them in a last leg decider. His latest success, a 4-3 win against Daryl Fitton. So the Duff man's going to be top of the table going into Friday's play. This final game of the session is to see who is going to secure P2 in the table, and because of the way the fixtures have fallen and the results have fallen on this Thursday night, we're going to have one of them uniform tables in Group B, where Duff's going to be on 8, somebody's going to be on 6, someone's going to be on 4, Fitton's going to be on 2, and Mason on 0.
First leg, Conan to throw first. Game on.
And over the course of the night, both players have provided decent stuff in patches. It feels like on paper a tough one to call. Maybe you would just side with Conan
52.
based on the numbers he's punched in this evening.
But you never know what you're going to get from Benett.
$83.
Be an interesting game. I think it'll be worth watching the players as well as the dartboard.
100.
Richie himself has been embroiled in battles this evening. He's been pushed to the brink in a few games. And perhaps pushed opponents to the brink as well.
100.
I always say at the end of a session, what is the energy tank like for this pair? Particularly for Richie, because he played the first game of the night and he plays the last game of the night. And, well, being too rude, he is the more senior statesman
85.
of the pair.
It's your car, 138.
However, if anybody was made for darts at this particular hour, it probably is Richie Benett.
94. Corner car 164.
Well, this would be a wonderful way for Whitehead to begin the game. He does like a treble 18 as well. And he loves a ball, so he'll be annoyed about that.
124. Richard Carr 44.
$12 for double 16. That's a shuffle across. That's a little bit awkward.
12.
Clips the wire the wrong side. He's frustrated that he hasn't found an opportunity to get what would have been a breaker throw right from the get-go in this match. Whitehead returning 2 more at double 10. Great guy. Can he just nudge it across?
20.
He clipped the barrel, but it clipped the other side. An opportunity that perhaps Richie Benett did not expect to get. Every single dart he's had of that target's been close to the wire, and eventually he finds a way through. Eventually, Benett bags the break, and he goes one up in this contest. And Whitehead thinks that he's got the throw in the second leg. He's in Shredsville at this particular moment in time. Benett breaking means that he can head straight back down the hockey and throw again.
41.
May as well have let Conan go first after that visit.
Yeah, and you'll get a good indication
45.
as to what he's hit by just looking at the man. Try it at home. Cover half of your screen up. Do it now. And guess what Benett scored?
100.
So he was okay with that.
And when we say score, we mean on the dartboard, not exactly the pirouette he did with the last dart.
$140.
Oh, Whitehead ready to lob one straight through his ears there. And he wasn't waiting for Hinks to inspect the score and Benett to get out of the way.
41.
He's in no mood to wait for no man at all, is Conan Whitehead. And a man who's played some decent stuff this evening has just not got going at all. Aiden had abetted by a few misses at the double.
60.
But in this leg, Richie Benett has had all the time in the world to do exactly what he wants. And he's got a guarantee of at least 6 from 160. Realistically, he's probably got 9 darts from this point to open up a 2-0 lead. And this is the downside of the very long
49.
point of Whitehead. If the darts go above, they're perfectly fine. But they go below, it means he's got even more of a blocker. Great find with dart 2. So the first one dragged below. 140 leaves himself on double 10 upon his return.
$96. Richard Carr 20.
Well, it's been an interesting evening with mixed fortunes for players. Is Benett going to have the last laugh tonight?
Game shot on the second leg. Richard Benett.
I think Conan
Further
Whitehead was the
Conan
only
for
person on the
first,
stage
game
that
on.
could see that was in there. He knew. Yeah, when you look back over the evening,
134.
you can only give credit to Neil Duff, but 4 last leg decider wins. Maybe sometimes there is a little bit of rub of the green involved. Benett and Whitehead and Fitton so far have had mixed results and mixed performances. And I think Chris Mason can be correct in feeling hard done by to have no points.
140.
There is a logic that perhaps the 2 most consistent players are the players that are going to finish top and bottom of this group overnight.
140.
It's a game of millimetres, isn't it? And small margins, and both top and bottom will be well aware of that when they put their head on the pillow this evening.
57.
A much better leg this from Whitehead. At this particular point in the previous leg, he was struggling to straggle outside the 300s. And now it's Benett's turn to have an off leg
82.
against the throw.
Corner car
And
170.
Whitehead with 6 on the fish to half the gap.
He does usually enjoy a switch
96.
to 18s, but he was trying to leave double 18 on that occasion. Very Priestley-esque, isn't it, that 18 switch early in legs?
On the subject of legends.
140.
Yorkshireman, wasn't he? What
Corner
is the
car
Yorkshireman
74.
Dennis Priestley? Less taxing to move to the 18s. That's 65. You know what to do. Finds the treble. Bonus. To halve the gap in the game.
Corner Whitehead. 4th leg, Richie to throw first. Game on.
Whitehead still fancying the task, still feeling it, still the blood pumping from his veins.
45.
And he may sense opportunity here because Richie Benett's had a little bit of a tail off in the last leg and a half. And Conan will feel like if he can just have a decent 5 minutes here, he
27.
should have enough to dispatch of him. But the problem is, he's beginning to drag back down to his level.
$140. $83.
A bit annoyed, Conan Whitehead. Brilliant first start. That is very, very easy to follow.
180. $58. Richard Carr 136.
136, so a 3-1 lead. Perfectly sat for another. But cannot find it. But he's going to do the next best thing.
112.
And leave himself on a double. The intention was tops, but he leaves himself on double 12.
85. Richard Carr 24.
To open up a 2-leg gap again.
Getting shot on the
13
fourth leg.
darter as
Richie
well.
Benett.
It just looked like Richie Benett was beginning to stall a little bit, but he's found a
Fifth leg
13
corner to throw
darter, so he
first. Game on.
established a 2-leg gap, and he's fanning himself off.
A reminder, following this live broadcast, you'll be
22.
treated to a look back at the most iconic Super Series moments where Glenn Durrant and Paul Nicholson reflect on some of the big moments, including Conan Whitehead's victory as the first Champions Week winner, to then 16-year-old Luke Littler's back-to-back
45.
series wins, and of course the dramatic 9-dart shootouts. So do stay tuned for that.
Unfortunately, none of Glenn Durrant's wins on this stage will be in that programme.
Yeah, and there's good reason for
81.
that. Although actually, he did win some matches in the influencer event, didn't he?
So what you're saying is he needed help.
Well, he was the influencer.
60. $92.
Well, is there life in this game yet, or is Benett going to get the job done
125.
in this leg? A lot will depend on the next couple of visits.
$87.
Benett trying to draw inspiration from the speaker in the corner of the auditorium. A little bit like in Aladdin, where he hopes that it's a genie that grants him
100.
3 wishes. Have I got that right?
From my recollection, it's
95.
been a long time since I've seen it, but I think it could be the modern Aladdin, couldn't he?
43. Corner car 124.
More of a Mowgli to me.
Triple 18 would have given him a dart to the bull to save his
56.
night. But
Richie Carr,
his night and the
128.
night could be over if Benett takes out this 1-2-8.
Is this it?
Treble doesn't go. Whitehead will get one more opportunity to
63.
keep this game going.
Corner car 68.
And you feel like it may well be the last opportunity he gets. 2 in his hand, a double 4.
64.
Doesn't go. Benett is
Richie
back
Carr,
to win
65.
it.
Yeah, there was a real focus. Piercing the board with his eyes there, but Benett, well, he's made a mess of that. And this is going to be awkward now, because it's not only left him on 62, if it's only a 12, he's blocked the bull. Is he even going to go for it? He has to.
Oh, what a dart!
Richie Benett.
He saved his best till last. Richie Benett with a miracle bull to get the better of Conan Whitehead by 4 legs to 1. An intriguing post-match handshake there between the pair. Richie Benett will end the night with 6 points to his name. For Conan Whitehead, he's left on 4. He's left to scratch his head, and he'll have a look and see whether he would have hit that double nonetheless. So that is the tale of the tape from our final game of the evening session. Benett running out a 4-1 winner against Conan Whitehead. Well, Monday, the action begins in Modus Super Series 10. We've got some big names, some big games, live exclusively on Pluto TV. Is it time to pop the cork? Bull. Bull. Double
Game
16
shot on the third
for the
leg.
champagne
Scotty.
finish. Left himself in a double after 12, but is he going to get a go? Jack Treadle gets a match dart at tops to finish off with a 118.
Did you get more money than your daily salary? And this is a 1-2-2 that could go. Beautiful finish that from Arnie Spee.
Hit this yesterday. He's going for it for a second time.
And he hits it to win the match.
Equalising, he will ask a very stiff question. However, this is a match-winning opportunity, and it is at the ball for the first one of the week.
Game shot.
Hair-raising stuff from Bradley Ruth.
In the race, but only just. Bullseye. Oh, he's done it. What's happening tonight? That's the second 170 of the day.
Yeah, when the legends leave the live lounge, the contenders for Series 10 descend upon this darting mecca. And week 1 features a stellar lineup. Adam Savada of the USA with the former Super Series champion Scott Taylor, Jack Tweddle, Scotland's Gary Stone, Bradley Root and Arna Spey in Group A. Jake Womack, also from North America, with Richard Rowlands and Ross Montgomery in Group B. And the quickfire Alex Small, Joe Croft and ADC qualifier Neil Manier make up the first week, and what a week it could be. Series 10 getting underway from Monday, 9:30 live. But here on Legends Week, well, this is the league table in Group B after one night. And look at that, Neil Duff winning all of his matches, winning them all by a single leg. Richie Benett in second on 6. Conan Whitehead with 2 of his 4 matches. Daryl Fitton winning 1, and Chris Mason, well, what a difficult night it has been for him. Mason not managing to pick up any victories, some difficult results to take for him. And, well, it's a familiar story, isn't it, when we've spoken with him at length here at the Super Series. But he'll be back tomorrow. It's never over in this group, and the live action is never over here at the Super Series. Tomorrow, another double session of darts. Group C getting underway from 1 p.m. Richie Howson leads the way in that group. Devon Peterson in second place. Those two trying to keep hold of those positions to make it through to finals night on Saturday. In this group, the top 3 go through. Neil Duff, but he's a game away. He might already be there. Looks like he's in a very good position. And on Saturday, the Legends League finals will see Phil Taylor in this very studio, watching the action and providing some punditry to see who is the first ever Legends League winner. Next up here on the 24-hour Super Series channel, we're going to take you through the most iconic moments to happen here at the Live Lounge. Paul Nicholson and Glenn Durrant will have that discussion, but don't forget to join us tomorrow for another double dose of live darts here at the Legends League. Good night.